Speaker, please do make up your mind. Today you are DA Blue. Where are you exactly?
Good morning, councillors. It is hereby notified that the continuation of the 26th Ordinary Council meeting of the City of Johannesburg Municipality will be held on Thursday, the 28th of November, 2024 at 10 a.m. at the Constant Konibapela Council Chamber in Braamfontein. The first item on the agenda is open.
Thank you, Secretary to Council. Executive Mayor of the City of Johannesburg, Councillor Sello Morero in his absentia. Whip of Council, Councillor Nkosiphayo Zungu in his absentia. Chair of Chair, Councillor Bonani Marema in his absentia. All political party leaders and whips, members of the mayoral committee, chairperson of the Section 79 committees, fellow councillors, City Manager Mr. Floyd Brink, Secretary to Council Mr. Andile Kobinga, officials of the City of Johannesburg, residents of the City of Johannesburg, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all to the 26th Ordinary Council meeting of the City of Johannesburg Municipality. I would also like to welcome our student councillors who are visiting us for the second day today. Mbalente Dlamini, who is our Junior Speaker of Council, Councillor Nikhil Lala, who is the Student Protocol Officer, Councillor Mpilo Kunene, who is the Deputy Speaker, last but not least, Councillor Mpumelelo Msipa, who is the Protocol Officer. You are welcome, student councillors. At this point in time, I will allow 10 minutes for legal to verify the number of councillors present so as to confirm quorum. We'll resume at 10:00, quarter past. We'll resume at 10:15. Councillors, can we settle down? Councillor Stephen and your group at the back, please let's settle down. MMC Masugu, I think you're wearing the wrong color today. All right, councillors, we are going to resume with our council sitting. Councillors, can we please settle down? We really have a long agenda. Councillor Mavona and MMC Mgcina. MMC Squaila. You'll be asking us to leave early when we're not even done with our council agenda. Councillors, there are 168 councillors present in this chamber. As a result, there is quorum and the meeting will continue. We'll keep on updating you about our numbers throughout the meeting.
Councillors, we are now on application for leave of absence.
I'll start with Councillor Avant Smith, that's the first hand, Councillor Simonte, Councillor Zigebe, number 3, Councillor Bull, number 4, Councillor Cook, number 5, Councillor Lara N, number 6, Councillor Harris, number 7, MMC Arnolds, number 8. I'll come to you, Councillor Dami. Let me start with
And Councillor Mokhapi. Oh, I've been raising
Councillor
my
Mokhapi,
hand.
you have an opportunity. Let's start with Councillor Avant Smith.
Good morning, Speaker. Thank you very much. Today we have Councillor Ahmed, Councillor Trulak, Councillor Rana, and Councillor Mazabuko, who are off ill. We Councillor Farish Shaw, Sherman, Romaru, and Manisi are all on family business. Then I've got quite a few late arrivals. Councillor Coogan, Councillor Shabalala, Councillor Chame, Councillor Steenkamp, Councillor Jacobs, K. Jacobs, Councillor Yonka, Councillor Echia Zanjuko, Councillor Hoon, Councillor Finn, Councillor Molitsani, Councillor Nkubi, and Councillor Hooper will be late arrivals today.
Noted,
And
Councillor.
then 2 early leaving, I'm afraid, Councillor Depi at 4 p.m. and Councillor Juice at 6 p.m.
Noted, thank you, Councillor
Thanks very
Avant Smith. Councillor Simonte.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. I have an apology leave of absence for Councillor Ponsonby. Is on council business. Councillor Melissa is running late, ward issues, and also Councillor Melissa is leaving at 12:30. Thank you.
Noted, Councillor. The third Councillor I noted. Councillor Zigebe. So quickly, your number 3.
Good morning, Speaker. We'd like to register a leave of absence for Councillor Mandla Mokoena, and family business. Thank you.
Noted, Councillor. Councillor Paul.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. The Freedom Fund Caucus request to be excused if we are not done by 11 o'clock tonight. Thank you.
Noted, Councillor. Let's hope we'll be done by then. Councillor Green. David Green.
Good morning, Speaker. Late arrival, Kia Shumba, and then absence for ill health, Jane Nudin, and then myself, Davis Green, request to leave at 12 and then return at 2. Thank you.
Noted. Councillor MMC Arnold.
Thank you, Speaker, and good morning to everyone. Councillor Mthongo will be late, and if we are not done by 1 o'clock, I have to leave for other council business.
Noted. MMC. Councillor Cook.
Morning, Speaker. You look lovely today, by the way, in blue. We're looking forward to you being in orange. The good caucus has to leave at 4:30 today.
Noted. Councillor Harris.
Good morning, Madam Speaker and fellow councillors. Please excuse me at 2:30. I need to leave at that time. Thank you.
Noted. Councillor. MMC, you want to come back?
Thank you, Speaker. I also want to note an apology for MMC in Congo. If we are not done by 6, he also has to leave. Thank you.
Noted. MMC. Councillor Dami.
Good morning, Speaker. The following councillors: ill health, Councillor Ntambani at the hospital, Councillor Magwaza, ill health, Councillor Twala, ill health, Councillor Molefe, bereavement, and if we're MMC Squile will leave at 12. Speaker, MMC Squile will leave at 12. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dami. Councillor Mohapi.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings, everyone. From the EFF, it's Councillor Makafula, ill health, Councillor Molife, ill health, Councillor Mulala, maternity leave, Tlapo, family bereavement, Delegwa, he's running late, Councillor Mcini, organizational work. Thank you.
Noted. Councillor Maila.
Madam Speaker, greetings and salutations to you. But I mean, I have a question, Madam Speaker. Is it enough for us to be told that an MMC will be leaving at 12 without being told where he's going? This is where we are accounting. This is the supreme decision-making body in the city. When an MMC is going to leave at 12, please let us be told where the MMC is going, because there can't be any other business above this council anywhere else.
Colleagues, Councillor Maile did the valid point. I think it's fair. But I'll only take one hand from Chair or Councillor Dami, or Councillor Rapadu. Only one person can speak on behalf of the 3. Councillor Dami, you'll be that person. Then we proceed. We've got a very long agenda and we don't want to leave here midnight.
Can I give it to you? Speaker, let me give it to Chair of Chairs to explain it.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. I don't want to stand up and be out of order like the gentleman or the councillor who has just done so, because we are on an item apology. It is fair enough when you are rejecting an apology, the Speaker then speaks on apology as to whether they are accepted or not. But suffice to say that the whip of ANC has indicated or want to indicate that the MMC will be leaving to go and address water problems that is affecting other residents in your Hest Hill areas and all that. But I wanted to just clarify that on apology, either you rise to reject or accept, not to really discuss apologies. Thank you.
Hi, Bo. Councillors, are we going to debate this issue when we've got such a long agenda? MMC annals, then we close with Councillor Christians, then we proceed.
Speaker, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. When I gave my apology, I said that I'm leaving at 12 because I have other business of council and I'm going to Salga, which is a constitutional body. The MMC of Comdev has things to go and deal with at Johannesburg City Parks and Zoo. Thank you, Speaker.
Noted. Thank you, MMC. Councillor Christians, you still want to come in? Councillor Maila. Councillor Maila. Councillor Maila. Councillor Maila, no, you are out of order. Councillor and MMC Masugu. MMC Masugu and Councillor Maila. Councillor Christian.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, based on what has been said, as the Democratic Alliance, we have raised this with you before. MMCs are going into wards of the Democratic Alliance without informing them so they can be part of it. Can you please intervene? Once again, we have asked you so they can be with you.
Colleagues, we are still on apologies, not other matters affecting council. We are still on apologies. Can we approve the apologies as submitted? There we have it. Councillors, please be reminded, yesterday we received a request from the executive to include 2 additional items in the agenda. Those HR items are item number 146, put front, Angek, put front. Please, with the fence, we know it's hot, but let's have order. Item 146 and 147 as urgency reports. The executive made a further request to elevate all other HR items, which include item 143, 144, 144, 145, and 146 to be considered after the tabling of apologies. We also got a request from the Whip of Council to elevate item 144 and 145. Item 165 and 123 to be elevated. Please note that I have acceded to the mentioned request and will start with the HR items, followed by the request from the Whip of Council. Thank you, Secretary to Council. I'll hand over back to you. MMC.
Good morning, Madam Speaker, Executive Mayor, and fellow councillors. Madam Speaker, including the standard draft bylaw of the township, which also requests that it please be elevated. Item 147. It was in the correspondence. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'll accept that one also. Item 147. So which means from HR it's 146, 147, and then 143, 144, 145, 146, and 147. From the Whip of Council is item 65 and 123 to be elevated. Thank you, colleagues.
Councillors, we will start off with item 143, and that is recruitment and appointment process of the Executive Director for Human Settlement Commission.
Thank you, Secretary to Council. The first speaker on our list is from Action SA, Councillor Ntombela.
Thank you, Speaker. Good morning, Speaker and the colleagues. Speaker, please take note. The item, it will be talked to by Councillor Mthembu. Thank you.
Councillor Matabane, your time is going past.
Greetings, Speaker, Mayor of the City of Johannesburg, and the residents of the CTRS to speak on item 143, permanent appointment of the Executive Director of Human Settlement. Speaker, Human Settlement plays such an important and a crucial role. The permanent appointment of the ED is not to be taken lightly. The candidate's time serving proves that he's not suitable. He's not a suitable candidate. There's certainly no growth and excellence, but rather digression in the department. The candidate does not reach the requirement of the job posts, and the candidate is not registered with any of the regulating bodies that speaks to the job position. We believe that this is a total disregard for the Built Environmental Council. As actioners say, we do not approve. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Matabane. ACDP, Councillor Harris. Councillor Matabane, please switch off your mic.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleagues, I greet you all in the precious name of our Lord and Savior. Madam Speaker, members of the Mayoral Committee, fellow councillors, the ACDP Johannesburg Caucus warmly welcomes the tabling of this report. The Human Settlements Department is grappling with significant challenges that demand decisive action and capable leadership. The growing waiting list for housing, including placements in old age homes, is a glaring issue that highlights the urgent need for strategic intervention. Furthermore, the city's aging housing stock, coupled with inadequate and declining maintenance, is a cause for concern. Without proper upkeep, we risk further deterioration, leaving our residents in unacceptable living conditions. Adding to these challenges are unfulfilled vacancies within the department, which continue to hinder effective service delivery. These structural weaknesses require urgent attention to ensure that the department operates efficiently and fulfills its crucial mandate. It is in this context that we welcome the appointment of Mr. Poppy. His intimate knowledge of the Human Settlements Department and its challenges positions him uniquely to make a meaningful impact. He has demonstrated a thorough understanding of the policies governing the department and has cultivated strong relationships with key stakeholders who have a vested interest in the success of the department. Mr. Poppy's appointment assures much needed continuity in the plans, projects, and processes underway in the department, including the continuation of institutional memory. The ACDP firmly believes that stable, informed leadership is essential to overcoming the hurdles we face in human settlements. As the ACDP, we wholeheartedly support Mr. Poppy's appointment and pray that the city provides him with all the resources, collaboration, and support necessary to excel in this role. We wholeheartedly endorse his appointment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. AHC, Councillor Mpolo. It's not here. DA, Councillor Kheletsane.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I rise to speak on item 143. Good morning, councillors. Speaker, during recruitments, interviews, and appointments of public servants, we must seek the best, who are professional, capable, innovative, apolitical, well-trained, hardworking individuals who understand the world of business and economics. This includes creating opportunities for persons living with disabilities, who are often overlooked and excluded from the mainstream workplaces. Despite the challenges they face, many of them excel in our schools, colleges, and universities, striving for a better future. Yet, as a society, Speaker, we continue to deny them the opportunities they deserve, shutting the door on their potential and aspirations. Speaker, Mr. Poppy has demonstrated qualities of leadership during his acting tenure. He has been reliable, accountable, and respectful. He has implemented successful human settlement projects to date. I have full confidence he will carry on to build homes for City of Joburg residents. Speaker, we have advocated for permanent positions for senior managers for far too long to stabilize the departments and the city entities. Speaker, it is unacceptable that more than 500,000 residents remain on a housing waiting list. We have over 300 informal settlements in the city of Johannesburg. This is a stark reminder of the urgent need for innovative, scalable housing solutions. Such a self-built initiative and partnerships with the private sector as championed in the DA policies. We call on city departments to do everything in their power to assist these residents with basic service delivery, including water, sanitation, and electricity. Speaker, the DA caucus supports the appointment of Mr. Patrick Poppy for the permanent position of human settlement. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. IFP, Councillor Mangai.
Greetings, Speaker and colleagues. The IFP Johannesburg Caucus welcomes Mr. Poppy's appointment as Executive Director of Human Settlements, recognizing him as one of the most experienced internal candidates. His appointment signifies a step towards ensuring stability within the department and maintaining a much-needed continuity in its operations. Any disruption could harm ongoing project and service delivery in a portfolio as critical as human settlement. By appointing the an internal candidate with a proven record, the city has chosen a leader who not only understands the challenges facing this department, but also has an institutional knowledge to navigate and address them effectively. This appointment also sends a powerful message to other employees within the municipality. By promoting from within the city in that way demonstrates a commitment to valuing and recognizing its internal talent, fostering a culture of growth and opportunity. Employees who see a clear path for advancements are motivated to perform at their best, knowing that their dedication can be rewarded. Mr. Poppy has already made a significant contribution to the city. His ability to spearhead new mega development projects and address critical issues such as Alexander informal settlement and hostel development is a testament to his leadership capabilities. As someone who is directly involved in tackling some of the city's most pressing challenges, is uniquely positioned to continue this work with even greater determination and authority. With every confidence that under his leadership, the Human Settlement Department will move closer to achieving its vision of improving the lives of residents through innovation and sustainable solutions. Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Mangai. EFF, Councillor Ngweni.
Speaker, ngiyabingelela. Ngibingelele kinonke endlini. Ngibingelele ivakashi. Ngibingelele nabahlali esibasebenzelayo. Speaker, we acknowledge the appointment, and also would like to highlight that from the MMC yesterday, as she had highlighted the great work that is being done within the department, we appreciate such. However, we've got concerns. Part of the concerns, one of the sessions that we had here in Council, if we to remember MMC Councillor Mthembu, we highlighted as EFF that recruitments must not only be recruitments that have preferences of the staff, because when we've got graduates as well, we need to give them opportunities. When we highlighted that, we do acknowledge as well, MMC, was that we would have then hope action would happen. But we still see the same behavior is happening.
as much as we said we acknowledge the appointment, that's one of the concerns that we are having. To then say, what are we saying to those people or to the youngsters that are outside there, that have graduated ready for positions, but for ourselves, we seem not to be at least setting up an example, even here in council, to then say, it was good for you to go to school, and these are the positions that we were able to get. Also with that highlight, with Mr. Pope. So we seem to have a problem with his behavior. There's an instance where in one of the wards, where he's expected to be an official. However, he acts biased. He seems to be wanting to take political turns. And such, it's an issue for us to then say, when we then acknowledge your appointment, because we respect the panels that are sitting in there with the trust that we have on them. However, expectation is that you cannot be biased. We are an official. So please, Mr. Poppy, as much as we may approve or will approve your appointment, we want officials, not politicians. If you want to be a politician, come here, we'll address that. Now, the other issue, MMC, as much as we are doing the appointment, which is great, we really excited, and we're happy yesterday of the performance. However, we had staff that are complaining. The complaint, it's about that when people are being appointed into positions, they then turned out not to be or to be underpaid or not being underspending on salaries as well as allowances, and which there's an amount of about 3.9 million that seems to be happening as a problem and in the department owing from locomotive to staff. MMC, siyakuthemba thina, now, but please fix this problem. With that being said, as EFF, we acknowledge and approve. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Ngwenya. ANC, Councillor Malule.
Thanks, Speaker. And greetings to Mayor of the City of Joburg. Greetings to
Councillor Malule.
Yes.
The mic, thank you.
Greetings to the Mayor, the Chief Whip, Chair of Chairs, MMCs, and all in greetings to all councillors in the House. Speaker, the African National Congress welcomes and supports this report. On reasons, Speaker, that Mr. Poppy, it's one of the knowledgeable leader within the Department of Human Settlement. He has an extensive experience which he demonstrated throughout of these years while he was still an acting director. And therefore, Chair, there is no doubt that he will bring much needed stability within this particular department. So we have seen developments in some KPIs recently. Even the report that we had yesterday in council shows that there's an improvement in this human settlement. So once you have a permanent director that will be able to make decisions, and we think that in itself shows that the interviewing committee has made the right decision by bringing such an experienced person in the department. So we therefore support this particular report as the African National Congress. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Malulega. MMC Masuku.
Thank you, and once again, good morning, Madam Speaker, fellow councillors, and the Executive Mayor and Chief Whip of Council. We ask Council to approve the report. Thank you. And thank you to all the councillors for supporting the appointment of Mr. Poppy.
Thank you, MMC. The recommendations are on pages 146.9. Is the item agreed to? Can I get the hands or councillors for everyone who supports this item? Thank you, councillors. You can drop your hands. You can just note your dissent, but as you can see, the yeses have it. Councillor Libatlang.
Yes, thank you very much, Speaker. Please note the dissent of Action SA. Thank you very much.
Noted, councillor.
Thanks for
Item-
protecting them, Speaker. Thank you.
Item 146.9 is carried, councillors.
Councillors, we move to item 144, which is the recruitment and appointment process of the Executive Director for Development Planning position.
We have our first speaker from Action SA, Councillor Gancho.
Madam Speaker, Executive Mayor, colleagues, guests in the gallery, and any residents that might be watching, I greet you all. On the 26th of March, 2018, Nobuhle was appointed to be the Director for the City of Transformation and Special Planning within the Department of Development Planning. During this time, he was preoccupied with positively changing the face of Johannesburg. He was also prioritizing identifying and resolving all legacy and special issues within the city. He was also dealing with coordination and service delivery efforts, as well as resource allocation. By all accounts, Mr. Raboshaga has acquitted himself well. This was a sound decision by the Johannesburg Council, led then by the Executive Mayor, Herman Mashaba. As Action SA, we believe Eric is well placed to be able to deliver as the new Executive Director of Development Planning. As Action SA, we approve this report. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Gancho. DA, Councillor Shea.
Honorable Speaker, fellow members of Council, today we deliberate on the appointment of Mr. Eric Raboshaga as the Executive Director of Development Planning. As a the Democratic Alliance, we hold no objection to his appointment. However, it would be remiss of us to not address the dire state of the department he is poised to lead. A department grappling with immense challenges that threaten to paralyze the development in Johannesburg. The closure of the Metro Center has thrown this crucial department into disarray.
Councillor Shay, please hold on. I see a hand from Councillor Rapadu.
Rising on Rule 72, a point of order, Speaker. It can't be that Councillor Shay has put the South African flag next to the Zionist brutal apartheid thing there. It can't be. Can't put our flag against that Zionist murderous regime there. It can't. He must either close that thing or remove that thing. He can't.
Councillor
Those are
Rapadu.
murderers, brutally,
Councillor Rapadu.
who are killing our people in
Councillor
Palestine
Rapadu.
there. And he can't put it next to our flag.
Councillor Rapadu, no.
No. Must remove
Councillor
that thing.
Rapadu.
He must
No.
remove whoever position in South
Councillor
Africa
Rapadu.
here. No. No, Speaker, no.
Councillor Rapadu. I cancel. I Councillor Rapadu. Councillor Rapadu. Councillor Shay, please continue.
So glad I do things to Councillor Rapadu's blood pressure. Officials are not only scattered across various temporary locations.
Councillor Shay, please hold on. Councillor Nonkumbi. Colleagues, we don't want to go home. I can see it's going to be another day whereby we just go back and forth.
Speaker, the city of Johannesburg is still in South Africa. There is a poster that has been taken by the government. So what Councillor Tipo is saying is correct. We can't have Zionist flag to our South African flag. It cannot be correct, Speaker. Currently, there is a poster that has been taken by the government of South Africa. Where it's appealing and pushing.
Councillor Nonkumbi, let's continue.
That out of order.
Councillor Nonkumbi, Siabong. Councillor Shay, please continue with your speech.
Speaker, upon
Free Palestine.
Councillor Coverdale.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, yesterday the WUPs said that we're not going to come around here and mess around and play around. So I think everybody should just stick to the agreements and stop fooling around, and the WUPs should take responsibility for their people. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Coverdale. Chief Whip of Council, just a reminder of what you spoke about yesterday. Councillor Shay, you can continue. Councillor Coverdale, please switch off your mic. Councillors. Chief Whip of Council, please intervene because you'll be coming about 6 and ask for all of us to leave early.
Greetings, Speaker. Speaker, yesterday we agreed indeed that we want to finish this meeting. I think let's try and be orderly, councillors, for the benefit of this house. We might be frustrated and so on, but let's allow the meeting to flow. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Whip of Councillor Ahmad.
Thank you, Speaker. Good morning, Councillor. So, Speaker.
Can you speak into the mic?
A national flag is one of the coat of arms, so it has to be respected. Some of us are patriotic of our coat of arms, which is our national flag. Can the councillor remove it?
Thank you, Councillor Ahmad. You may sit down. Councillor Shay, can you please continue as directed by the Chief Whip of Council?
Thank you. Okay. You know, I actually just got a phone call from Sasha Baron Cohen. He's asking Councillor Nkumbi to please return his Dean costume. Officials are not only scattered across various temporary locations, hindering collaboration and efficiency, but the building itself.
Hold on, Councillor Shai. Colleagues, can everyone write? Bapakamisi my cap. Everyone. Now we're going to treat you like children. Everyone. Paramisi my cap. Let's just see the mics. Now we're going to treat everyone like a child. Councillor.
Thank you.
Please go that side so that you can see which councillor.
Under the apparent indifference of the Johannesburg Property Company, the metro has become neglected and a vulnerable asset. Critical plans remained locked inside, a treasure trove of the city's developmental history, while the building is slowly being ransacked. Staff are understandably reluctant to enter what is effectively a deteriorating space to retrieve these records. Honourable Speaker, how can we expect development planning to function with its most basic resources inaccessible, insecure, and left to rot? This mismanagement is emblematic of a deeper rot within our city's administration. It must be addressed urgently. At the same time, legitimate development.
Councillor Shay, please hold on. Councillor Ahmad.
Thank you, Speaker. At least the least that you could do is to switch off the screens, because we don't want to see
No, Councillor. Must learn to have tolerance. No, leaders have tolerance. Leaders have tolerance. You sit in the same table with people you differ with. So please, Councillor. Please switch off your mic. Please switch off your mic, Councillor Ahmad. The whole thing. Councillor Ahmad, your mic is still on. No, Councillor Shay, they want to sit here the whole day. Clearly, they want to sit here the whole day. Protocol, can you check which councillor is playing with the mic? At the back. Let's just check the back.
Okay, there we go, we're back on. Okay.
No, but we must still check that behavior is not right. That behavior is not right. We must allow for robust debates. Can continue, Councillor Shay.
I'm sorry the junior city council has to see this immaturity. Okay, I can talk, it's fine. Okay, at the same time, our legitimate development efforts face constant delays. Illegal land use continues to flourish around the city. Our laws are being flouted with brazen disregard. Entire buildings rise without permits, in complete violation of zoning regulations. Those who follow the rules are bottlenecks and bureaucracy, while those who don't face no consequences. This department must act decisively to stop this lawlessness. Compounding these issues are media reports of corruption that have cast a shadow across this department. Allegations of bribery, favoritism, and undue influence erode public confidence and tarnish the reputation of this city. The transparency and accountability must no longer be buzzwords. They must become non-negotiable pillars of the department. And or lack thereof, from building inspectors, developers and residents alike are left in the dark with little on enforcement actions. This opacity fosters frustration and fuels perception of inefficiency or worse, corruption. Developers are now warning that Johannesburg is becoming uninvestable. Let that sink in, uninvestable. This should set off alarm bells for every single one of us in this chamber. If we allow this trend to continue, Johannesburg's decline will not just be economic, it will be existential. This appointment comes at a time when the department needs nothing short of a revolution in how it operates. You'll need to tackle the scattered operations caused by the Metro Centre, secure and retrieve the critical plans in that neglected building, and restore the department's capacity to function effectively. The task will not stop there. Illegal land use must be confronted head on. Transparency must be restored, and inspectors must be empowered to do their jobs while being held to the highest ethical standards. Developers and investors must be treated as partners in this city, not as obstacles or adversaries. As John Wooden once said, it's not what you do, but how you do it. Department success will depend on the ability to rebuild trust, streamline operations, and foster a culture of accountability and excellence. Johannesburg is crying out for investment and growth. Yet we are governed by rhetoric and policies that seem intent on driving both away. It is imperative that the department champions development and creates an environment where investors see Johannesburg as a place of opportunity rather than risk. As Nelson Mandela reminded us, action without vision is only passing time. Vision without action is merely daydreaming, but vision with action can change the world. We need to bring that vision and action to this department. Thank you. The DA supports this item.
Thank you, Councillor Shane. The next councillor we have on our list is from ACTP, Councillor Nkoza.
Yes, shalom, shalom, Madam Speaker. Allow me to first acknowledge our Almighty God, eternally existent in three persons, God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit. To also acknowledge the Executive Mayor, the MMCs, and to also greet all our residents, the ACDP residents, and also welcome our VVVIPs, the student councillors. In the name of the Lord Jesus Christ, I greet you all. Let me start by quoting my guiding manual, the Holy Bible. He who walks with integrity walks securely, but he who perverts his ways will become known. According to Proverbs 10, verse 9. The ACDP caucus notes and accepts the report with a critical exception. We strongly recommend that the recommendation 4 be removed. Should Mr. Rabushaka be unable to take up the
Councillor
employment
Nkoza, please hold on. Councillor Ahmad.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to cite Rule 73. So, Speaker, please note that, can you hear me? Please note that you have violated a national protocol. So we're going to put it in writing.
You can put it in
your
writing. Please sit down, Councillor Ahmad. We'll wait for that later. Councillor Nkoza, please continue.
Mr. Rabushaka, should Mr. Rabushaka be unable to take up the employment offer, the position must be re-advertised rather than defaulting to an alternative candidate. This approach ensures the highest level of fairness, transparency, and accountability in the recruitment process, reflecting the importance of selecting the most suitable candidate for the role. Re-advertising the position would uphold the integrity of the process and reaffirm the city's commitment to excellence in its appointments. It is worth highlighting that among the top 7 candidates, 6 were external, yet it was the internal candidate, Mr. Eric Rabushaka, who outperformed his peers. This outcome underscores the inherent value of internal recruitment, which serves to motivate employees, foster a culture of teamwork, and encourage exceptional performance by showcasing clear pathways for advancement. Internal candidates often bring institutional memory, a thorough understanding of organizational processes, and alignment with existing strategies, ensuring continuity in operations. Moreover, prioritizing internal talent mitigates the risk of shifting the goalposts by promoting consistency and stability within the institution. The ACDP family believes that recognizing and rewarding internal excellence is not only beneficial for staff morale, but also critical to strengthening service delivery and achieving long-term success for the city. The ACDP caucus remains committed to holding the city accountable while celebrating its success. Together, we can ensure a city that is efficient, equitable, and responsive to the needs of its residents. As the HDP will continue to pray and work for an improved quality of life for our residents, crime-free, well-maintained, and clean city of Johannesburg. God bless Africa. God bless South Africa, the people of North Sudan, where literally there is no country. We also pray for the peace in the Middle East,
20 seconds remaining.
The existence and protection of the only Jewish state in the world, Israel, and her people, and the unconditional release of all the remaining hostages. And we cannot impose the culture of intolerance in South Africa. We can see that is what is happening in Sudan, because intolerance
Councillor, your
is
time
happening.
is up.
I thank you, Madam Speaker.
MMC Masuku.
Thank you, Speaker. Once again, appreciating the comments from the councillors as well as the support for the report. I do wish to mention that, councillors, if you know of acts of corruption, through you, Madam Speaker, to Councillor Shea, if you know of acts of corruption, you are supposed to report them and make sure that you go and you open a case and you follow due process, so that we don't just cast aspersions in a council meeting. So do the responsible thing and the right thing as a public representative, and do that, and then bring it also to the attention of the relevant bodies in the city of Johannesburg. And I think I must say, on the request of MMC Mthina, that her department does have a vision, and she's clear about it in terms of reducing urban sprawl and improving the bylaw enforcement and creating a well-defined development access and urban boundaries. MMC Mthina is also very appreciative of your suggestion, and she's supportive. She will create that forum of developers, even if it's quarterly as a start, to meet with them and update them on the issues that you are raising. She have engagements with them, but she does not have a formal forum. So she has acceded to your suggestion, and in the next quarter, she'll be able to report how that is going, because it's for the improvement of the city. And if there are concerns on communication, she's accepted that, then she will improve on that. Thank you very much. We ask council to approve the report.
Thank you, MMC. The recommendations are on pages 144.7 to 144.8. Is the item agreed to? Thank you, councillors.
Councillors, we proceed with item 145, and that's recruitment and appointment process of the Executive Director for Transport position.
The first speaker from our speakers list is from Action SA, Councillor Mukoka.
Thank you, Speaker. Good morning to you. Good morning to colleagues, and good morning to the fabulous 44. Speaker, I would like to start by acknowledging the work that Ntate Beni has been doing for the past 10 months as an acting ED. It is quite sad that we will be losing intellectual experience that ultimately leads to institutional intellect. His guidance has not only shaped but will influence the future for years to come. Through Ntate Beni's tireless efforts and commitment, we've seen real transformation in the department. We are deeply grateful for Ntate Beni's leadership, which has steered us through both challenges and successes. Thank you, Ntate Beni, for your exceptional leadership, your unwavering support, and the positive change you've brought to the department. To the incoming ED, Lutando Maboza, I implore you to prioritize these 5 points to turn around the current status quo of Transport Department. Conduct a thorough assessment, evaluate the current state of the Transport Department, identifying the root cause of underperformance, especially the inefficiencies. Set clear goals and objectives. Establish measurable, achievable, and time-bound targets for the department. Strengthen leadership and management. Ensure that the department is led by a capable and experienced team with clear roles and responsibilities. Develop and empower leaders to take ownership and drive change. Improve operational efficiencies. Streamline processes, optimize resource allocation, and eliminate unnecessary red tapes to increase productivity and reduce cost. Enhance customer experience. Focus on delivering exceptional service to commuters, including reliable, safe, and comfortable transportation options. These top 5 priorities will provide a solid foundation for you to address the most critical issues and lay the groundwork for transformative change in the department. Action SA notes the content of this report and its Annexure A, therefore approves the appointment of Lutando Maboza as Executive Director on a permanent basis. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Mokoka. DA, Councillor Mayers.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the Democratic Alliance, we are in support of this report, in this particular item, and we do believe that the Executive Director will bring some stability, particularly to Ria Vaya, given the fact that pilot transit has been placed under business rescue and the fact that there are 45 buses sitting idle at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mayers. ACDP, Councillor Nkonza.
Thank you once again, Madam Speaker. Shalom, shalom to you. You must know you are protected by the Almighty God. Nobody will touch you. Let me start by quoting Ephesians 4, verse 31 to 32. Let all bitterness, wrath, anger, glamour, and evil speaking be put away from you with all malice. And be kind to one another, tender-hearted, forgiving one another, even as God in Christ forgave you. Madam Speaker, as the ACDP, we accept and note the report, but wishes to raise the following concerns. It is noteworthy that among the top 5 candidates considered for this position, 4 were external. While we respect the integrity of the recruitment process, we are pleased that the internal candidate ultimately outperformed their external counterparts. This outcome underscores the importance of recognizing and nurturing internal talent. Internal recruitment sends a strong message to employees that their contributions and growth within the organization are valued. It boosts morale, motivates staff, promotes a culture of teamwork by demonstrating that dedication and effort can lead to advancement. Furthermore, prioritizing internal recruitment ensures continuity with the institution. An internal candidate often brings institutional memory, a deep understanding of organizational processes, and alignment with the entity's strategic objectives. This mitigates the disruptions that sometimes accompany external appointments, where a learning curve or potential misalignment with existing frameworks may delay progress. By recognizing and elevating talent from within, the city not only invests in its workforce, but also reinforces a sense of stability and long-term vision, ensuring that well-known goalposts are not shifted. DP believes that this approach ultimately contributes to the improved service delivery and stronger and more cohesive administration. The ACDP caucus remains committed to holding the city accountable while celebrating its successes. Together, we can ensure a city that is efficient, equitable, and responsive to the needs of its residents. We continue to pray, Madam Speaker, for the improved and to pray and work for the improvement of the quality of the life of our residents. A crime-free city, well-maintained and a clean city of Johannesburg. We continue to say God must bless Africa and South Africa against the intolerant spirit. We also pray for peace in the Middle East, for the Palestinians, the existence and the protection of the one and only Jewish state in the world, Israel, and her people, and the unconditional release of all the remaining hostages. Madam
30
Speaker, we are
seconds remaining.
protected in the name of the Lord Jesus. Amen.
Thank you, Councillor Nkonza. MMC Masugu.
Thank you, Speaker. Once again, we appreciate the comments. And I think one thing we must say is that through you, Speaker, as Councillor Nkonza continues to pray for peace, he should also pray for elected governments. He should also pray for leaders who have been duly elected in this council. He should also pray for everyone. And he must be careful, Madam Speaker, about reading the Bible in isolation and also using the Bible as a political, and also be careful about using the Bible as a political tool to articulate his skewed views on how things ought to happen. With that being said, we ask Council to approve the report. Yeah, Bo.
Thank you, MMC Masugu. Councillors, the recommendations are on pages 145.7 to 145.8. Is the item agreed to? Thank you, councillors.
We are now on item 146, and that is recruitment and appointment process of the Executive Director for Economic Development position.
The first speaker is from Action SA, Councillor Muthlala.
Thank you so much, Speaker. Speaker, to you, greetings to the fabulous 44 councillors, guests in the gallery, and most importantly, greetings to the 6 million residents of our great city of Johannesburg. Speaker, as Action SA, the party that advocates for the localization of spaza shops, we therefore, Speaker, approve, we note and approve this recruitment of Director for Economic Development with this contribution, Speaker, that economic development as a main contributor of South African GDP. We as Action SA believe that Mr. Matupani Class Marsha will contribute positively to steer the direction of this department and make sure that it does contribute profoundly to the GDP of this country and this city. We therefore, Speaker, as Action SA, note and approve this report.
Thank you, Councillor Muthlala. ACDP, Councillor Nkonza.
Shalom, shalom. Once again, Madam Speaker. Allow me to quote this time around the book of 2 Timothy 1:7, which reads as follows. For God did not give us a spirit of timidity or cowardice or fear, but he has given us a spirit of power and of love and of a sound mind and of a sound judgment and personal discipline, abilities that result in a calm, well-balanced mind and self-control. Madam Speaker, the ACDP caucus notes and accepts the report, but raises the regarding the recruitment process. It has come to attention that all the candidates for this position were externally recruited. While we acknowledge that external recruitment can bring fresh perspective and specialized expertise to an organization, it is critical to strike a balance between external appointments and the recognition of internal talent. Relying solely on external candidates risks creating the perception among existing employees that their contributions, loyalty, and potential for growth within the organization are undervalued. Such an approach may inadvertently demotivate staff, undermine morale, and hinder the collaborative culture necessary for effective service delivery. Internal recruitment, on the other hand, plays a pivotal role in fostering a motivated and cohesive workforce. It sends a strong message to employees that hard work and dedication are rewarded, encouraging them to go the extra mile in their respective roles. Additionally, internal appointments ensure continuity to leveraging institutional knowledge and a deep understanding of organizational systems and processes. This stability is essential for maintaining momentum on ongoing projects and avoiding unnecessary disruptions. The ACDP therefore urges the administration to adopt a more balanced recruitment strategy to prioritize internal growth while supplementing it with external expertise whenever necessary. This approach not only strengthens team dynamics, but also ensures that the city's long-term goals are achieved with efficiency and consistency. The ACDP caucus remains committed to holding the city accountable while celebrating its successes. Together, we can ensure a city that is efficient, equitable, responsive to the needs of its residents. We continue, Madam Speaker, to pray that there shall be elections in other countries, for we know that in Israel is the only state where elections are consistently held. We know that in other states there, they have had one leader forever. We pray for the people of Sudan, for we know that intolerance is taking away their country. Bless you, Madam Speaker, and our councillors. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Nkonza. DA, Councillor Nkomo.
Madam Speaker, councillors, good morning. I stand before you today with hope and confidence to offer unwavering support for the appointment of the new Executive Director for the Department of Economic Development, Mr. Matopane Maashe. As a Democratic Alliance, we recognize the critical importance of this role in driving the future of our city and ensuring a thriving, inclusive economy for all of our residents. Johannesburg is the beating heart of South Africa's economy, a dynamic, diverse, and innovative city that serves as the hub for business, culture, and opportunity. However, we also face a series of significant challenges that must be addressed with urgent and thoughtful action. These challenges include job creation, sustainable growth, and ensuring that all sectors of our community have equal access to opportunities the city can provide. It is against this backdrop that the appointment of a capable, visionary, and determined executive director is so vital. The role of the Executive Director of Economic Development is not simply a title, it is a call to action. It requires not only a deep understanding of the complexities of urban development, but also the ability to foster a thriving ecosystem that generates opportunities for all of our citizens. From empowering local entrepreneurs and fostering innovation to attracting investment and creating jobs, the Executive Director's work will directly impact the livelihoods of many within our city. While we fully acknowledge the weight of the task ahead, Johannesburg is a city of incredible potential, but that potential can only be realized if the right leadership is in place. Our new Executive Director must have a forward-thinking approach, understanding of the importance of digital transformation, sustainable economic policies, and the role of public-private partnerships. As the Democratic Alliance, we stand ready to support this important work. We believe that through transparent, accountable, and effective governance, Johannesburg can become a beacon of economic opportunity, a place where every resident has the chance to succeed. Armed with various qualifications, which include a Master's of Commerce, Development Economies, and Policy, we are optimistic about the leadership and expertise that Mr. Maashe brings to the position, and we look forward to working together to unlock the full potential of our city. I would also like to thank the outgoing ED, Ms. Wilama Ndlovu, who was acting in this position for her commitment and contribution in this role. We wish her all the best in her future endeavors. In closing, Speaker, I urge all of us here today to reaffirm our commitment to the future of Johannesburg. Let us stand together united in the vision of a city that thrives, a city that works for all its people, and a city that is ready to face the challenges of tomorrow with confidence and resolve. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nkomo. MMC Masuku.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and the positive comments from the councillors. Timothy 2, verse 1 to 3 says that we are to pray, intercede, and give thanks for kings and all people in authority. This is God's command to every believer today. Praying for godly leaders is productive towards God's plan and purpose for our nation. The Bible says the heart of a king is in the hand of the Lord. Romans 13, everyone must submit himself to the governing authorities, for there is no authority except that which God has established and ordained. And therefore, for our part as South Africans, President Ramaphosa issued a statement in September on the issue of South Sudan. And in that statement, President Ramaphosa welcomed the postponement of the elections, which is intended to provide time and space for the implementation of the remaining provisions of the people of Sudan. President Ramaphosa has commended all the parties to the RRs for arriving at a decision by consensus, which bodes well with the implementation of all parties. By consensus, and there are leaders who have agreed on what must happen in South Sudan. In line with the international relations framework of our country, we are to support what the president, who is ordained in line with what the Bible says, that we must respect leaders who are in authority. With that being said, Speaker, we welcome the comments on the appointment of Mr. Matabane Masha, and we indeed appreciate the fact that councillors are supporting his appointment, and indeed the issues of job creation that have been raised and economic development in the city. I'm sure he will do well, and we ask council to approve the report. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, MMC. I think the only people we are missing from this council today is our praise and worship team, because everything else is going so well. Councillors, the recommendations are on pages 146.9. Is the item agreed to?
Councillors, we proceed with another escalated item, which is item 147, and that is the standard draft bylaw on the township economies gazetted by the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs.
Thank you, Secretary to Council. For this item, we only have two speakers. We'll start with ACDP, Councillor Nkonza.
Shalom, shalom once again. Madam Speaker, allow me to, because I think this might be my last speech, to acknowledge our student councillors. May Jesus Christ continue to bless you as you make a difference in this beautiful nation of ours, and have tolerance and never have bitterness in your hearts. So, Madam Speaker, as I... Thank you.
Please hold on. Councillor Belinda.
Councillor Echo Zonzo. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I just want to appreciate,
but I'll learn, don't worry.
I just want to appreciate the Bible study we are getting today. Thank you very much.
I concur with you. I'm really enjoying this session.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I do agree with our future Mayor, Councillor Masugu, that we must respect authority. The same way, we must never be selective. The government of Israel is also appointed by God. We must never be selective. Amen. Hallelujah. Madam Speaker, let me just repeat the scripture that I read on 2 Timothy 1 verse 7, just to drive a point home, that for God did not give us a spirit of timidity, of cowardice, of fear, but he has given us a spirit of power and of love and a sound judgment and personal discipline, abilities that result in calm, well-balanced mind and self-control. Madam Speaker, as the ACDP, we warmly welcome the tabling of this report as part of our ongoing efforts to ensure that the city's bylaws are effectively implemented and reviewed in alignment with legislative requirements. However, we must address a pressing concern that undermines the credibility of professionalism in such reports. It is also disturbing that we have seen a copy and paste somewhere, but we shall speak to that later. The ACDP emphasizes the importance of conducting all bylaws reviews and amendments in strict compliance with Section 13 of the Municipal Systems Act, read in conjunction with the Gauteng Rationalization of Local Government Affairs Act number 10 of 1998 on the following matters. We shall comment on the transferability of permit, the hygiene and waste
30 seconds
removal
remaining.
and offenses and penalties, the enforcement of bylaws. This framework mandates a thorough and transparent process for the development and promulgation and revision of bylaws. It is our duty to ensure that these processes are not only legally compliant, but also reflect on a commitment to excellence, accuracy, and the highest standards of governance. We call on the administration to address the recurring issues in the report preparation and to ensure that our future submissions reflect professionalism.
Councillor,
and care.
your time
Thank
is
you
up.
very much. God bless you.
Thank you, Councillor Nkonza. DA, Councillor Nkomo.
Madam Speaker, fellow councillors, good morning once again. I stand before you to speak on the draft bylaw on townships. Madam Speaker, this proposed bylaw represents a pivotal step in the transformation and formalization of our township economies, and it's long overdue. For many years, our townships have been the heart of informal trade and entrepreneurial activity. They have been home to millions of hardworking South Africans who rely on informal business to sustain their families and contribute to the local economy. Yet, despite their importance, townships have been neglected in terms of adequate regulatory frameworks and enforcement mechanisms. As a result, township businesses, particularly the informal sector, have faced numerous challenges that have hindered growth, security, and prosperity. It is within this context that the draft bylaw on townships is an essential and timely intervention. By introducing a structured framework for townships and businesses, the bylaw aims to provide much needed clarity and oversight. It will empower local authorities to regulate informal businesses, ensure compliance with health and safety standards, and create a fair and competitive environment for our traders. This regulatory system will enable businesses to operate more effectively and efficiently, ensuring that entrepreneurs have the tools they need to thrive. We must acknowledge that for far too long, the town sector has been neglected. The people who live and work in townships are not just survivors of hardships, they are entrepreneurs, innovators, and creators who have been denied the resources and opportunities to flourish. The introduction of this bylaw marks a shift in how we as a country, and most importantly as a city, view township economies. Not as informal or marginal, but as an essential part of our national economy that deserves the support, recognition, and oversight as any other sector. As the Democratic Alliance, we support this draft bylaw, knowing it will create an environment where businesses in our townships can thrive, where entrepreneurs can benefit from the protection and support they deserve, and where our townships can become vibrant, sustainable, and inclusive economies. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nkomo. MMC Mnisi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, the Executive Mayor, Chief Whip of Council, MMCs, and fellow councillors. Speaker, as the city of Joburg, we recognize that the informal economic activities as one of the important component of Johannesburg overall economy. It is linked to the mainstream economy In Johannesburg, informal economic activities such as parlor shops is not only a form of self-employment, but it also creates job opportunities. The contribution of informal economic activities in Johannesburg is substantial. Madam Speaker, the publication of standard bylaws by the Minister of Cllr is an indication and a commitment to ensure that the implementation of bylaws is enforced across all municipalities, taking into consideration the different context of different municipalities. Moreover, the size of the city of Johannesburg and the context it exists in. City of Johannesburg is the fruit basket of the continent, and we should expect to curb the abuse that comes with that. And this is an entry point to curb the abuse. Speaker, it is also important to acknowledge that the standard bylaws must be noted as they are speaking directly to the Municipal Systems Act 32 of 2000 and TIDA. It offers local governance an opportunity to give directive and framework on how trading should be conducted. We are confident that these bylaws will restore law and order in the township economy and not only in the spaza shops. We appeal to all the human rights organizations in the city of Johannesburg to work with the municipality in implementing these bylaws and not against the municipality. I urge you all to note the report for the interest of the most vulnerable and to restore the city to the dignity it deserves. Speaker, I would have not done justice as well to make an input in the conversation that was taking place across the room. Madam Speaker, the third commandment in the Bible, appearing in Exodus 20 verse 7 and Deuteronomy 5 verse 11. The commandment means that you should not use God's name in a way that is wicked, worthless, for wrong purposes, irrelevant, in false affirmations, in ways that impugn the character of God, not useful in your relationship with God. The commandment is directed against the abuse of God's name, not against using it. Thank you.
Thank you, MMC. Councillors, the recommendations are on page 147.6. Is the item agreed to? Thank you, councillors.
Councillors, we're still on elevated items, and we're on item 65, and those are terms of reference for multi-party weekly forum.
Councillor Mokhapi, you are not speaking anymore, so I'll just call the whip of council, Councillor Zungu.
Morning, Speaker. Speaker, let me take this opportunity to observe the protocol and greet yourself, the executive mayor, the whips of political parties, the MMCs, the chair of chairs, the chairperson of committees, fellow councillors, guests, and the resident of Johannesburg. Madam Speaker, I hereby rise to elevate items 65, which is a report requesting council to approve the establishment of terms of references of multi-party weekly forum. Madam Speaker, we've been constitutional mandated by Section 1236 of the Constitution to enhance a multi-party democracy where political parties are able to engage on the affairs of the government on behalf of their respective parties. The term of reference the term of reference and establishment of this forum is instrumental towards supporting my responsibilities as the Whip of Council in line with Section 41B of the Municipal Structures Act and our constitutional mandate. Secondly, Speaker, I also table item 123, which is a report in terms of change of membership in various sections of the committees. Thank you, Speaker. I therefore request Council to approve this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Whip of Council. The recommendation is on page 65.3. Is the item agreed to? Thank you, Councillor.
Councillors, we are now on item 123, and those are changes in membership of the various Section 79 committees.
EFF, Councillor Mohapi.
Thank you, Speaker. In terms of changes in membership, we want to change Councillor Thandiwe Mbambala will replace the late Councillor Mpahlela in governance and public safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mohapi. Whip of Council, Councillor Zung.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I rise to table item 123, and I request Council to note the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Whip of Council. The recommendation is on page 123.4. Is the item agreed to? Thanks, Councillor.
Councillors, we revert back to item 3, which is elections of the chairpersons of the following Section 79 committees in terms of.
Councillor Cook.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I'd just like to make a note that there was a change of membership regarding myself, which was not consulted with me, and administration made that change without my notice. I will be seeking action on that.
Noted, Councillor Cook.
Item 3, councillors. It's elections of the chairpersons of the following Section 79 committees in terms of Rule 24 of the Standing Rules and Orders of Council, and that's the Gender, Youth, and People with Disabilities. That's abbreviated GYODI, and also Health and Social Development. Thank you.
Councillors, please note that the election of the chairperson of GYODI and Health and Social Development Committees will be done in accordance with Rule 24 of the Standing Rules and Orders of Council. In this instance, voting shall be done by a show of hands on the basis that the aforesaid positions are not part of Schedule 3 to the Municipal Structures Act of 1998. The procedure set out in the schedule applies whenever a municipal council sets to elect a speaker, an executive mayor, a deputy executive mayor, a mayor or a deputy mayor, or the whip of council. I have issued nomination forms to all political party whips for political parties to submit nomination for the aforesaid positions. Please note that we are going to follow the order as appeared on the notice. I have received one nomination, and as such is from Councillor F. Abdul, seconded by Councillor L. Magwenju, nominating Councillor Zigebe for Councillor Zigebe. The form has been correctly filled. and accordingly signed by the proposer, the seconder, and the nominee. I will now allow the proposer, the seconder, and nominee to please read out the nomination and acceptance respectively for records purposes. The proposer is Councillor Abdul. Councillor Abdul.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Good morning, everyone. I don't have it in front of me, but I propose Councillor Yongama Zigebe as chairperson of GOD.
Thank you, Councillor Abdul. I'll call on the seconder, Councillor Makwenju.
I, Councillor Lobabalo Makwenju, the servant of the people, second the nomination. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I will call on Councillor Zigebe. Do you accept?
I, Councillor Yongama Ludwe Zigebe, umsimangu songo nombutho nxasikhathala, izizelo emnyama nenkomo zalo, umzukulwana kaNdaba accept the nomination.
Councillors, I therefore declare Councillor Zigebe duly elected as the chairperson of GOD. Congratulations, Councillor Zigebe, on your new role. Councillor Christians.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise in terms of Rule 84. The Democratic Alliance has abstained from nominating and voting on this issue because the last time we nominated and was elected, there was a frivolous motion of no confidence. Thank you.
We've noted the Democratic Alliance and abstinence. Councillors, I have received 2 nominations for the Gender, Youth and People with Disabilities chairperson position, and as such is from Councillor Abdul. Health and Social Development. I have received 2 nominations. It's not a repetition, Councillor Christians. 2 nominations from, the first one is from Councillor Lebogang Muduka-Nene, nominating Councillor Sarah Wisler, seconded by Councillor Mashala. The second one, the proposer is Councillor Mhlongo, nominating Councillor Ahmad, seconded by Councillor Cariola. I will start with the proposer, Councillor Lebogang Muduka-Nene.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I would like to withdraw my nomination.
Noted, Councillor Muduka-Nene. Then we'll move over to the proposer for Councillor Ahmad. I would like to call Councillor Mhlongo.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Good morning to yourself in the name of the children of Palestine who are being maimed day in, day out, as if they want to be wiped out of the world. Madam Speaker, I don't have the nomination form in front of me. However, I'm going to read it as I, Councillor Themba Mhlongo, do hereby nominate Councillor Thapelo Ahmad to be the chairperson of SD Health, Social Development. I thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Mhlongo. I would like to call the seconder, Councillor Jacob Carolia.
Assalamu alaikum. Actually, Speaker, my surname is Councillor Carolia, Karolia. So just for pronunciation. I second Ahmed Tapelo on the announcement of his chairmanship for social development. Shalom, shalom.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ahmad, do you accept?
I, Councillor Tapelo Ahmad, accept the nomination. Shalom, shalom.
I therefore declare Councillor Ahmad duly elected as the chairperson of Health and Social Development. Congratulations, Councillor Ahmad, on your new role. I'll start with Councillor Christians. I've noted your hand as well, Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise in terms of Rule 84. The Democratic Alliance would like to dissent on this one because we do not believe a failed mayor can become a good chairperson. Thank you.
We note the dissent. Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can you please note the dissent of the ACDP? We cannot have divisive people being chairpersons of any committee. Thank you.
We note the dissent. Thank you, Councillor Harris.
Councillors, we are now on item 39, and that is the request for approval of the draft information resources collection development policy for the public libraries of the city of Johannesburg.
Thank you, Secretary to Council. Action SA, Councillor Johnson.
Greetings, Madam Speaker, Councillor Mthembu, the fabulous 44, all protocol observed. Madam Speaker, allow me to remind us all of the 16 days of against GBV, which we are currently in. Speaker, colleagues, and residents of the City of Gold is in need of our voices. Our residents are in need of programs to decrease the number of women, the vulnerable, and children abused to zero. As we strive to create a safer and more just society, it is essential that we acknowledge the severity of this issue and work together to address it. I rise to table item 39, the draft information resources collection development policy for public libraries in the city of Johannesburg. As we strive for good governance, sustainable service delivery, and active and engaged citizenry, we believe that this policy is a crucial step towards achieving our strategic objectives. The policy provides a comprehensive framework for the selection, acquisition, and management of information resources in and for our public libraries. It ensures that our collections are responsive to the needs of our communities, inclusive of diverse perspectives and experiences, and aligned with our strategic objectives. We are pleased to note that the policy prioritizes the needs of disadvantaged communities, including children, youth, and seniors. It also recognizes the importance of partnerships and collaborations in building and maintaining our collections. The logistic management systems outlined in the policy provides a clear framework for inventory, asset, and supply performance management. It also includes procedures for placing orders, generating payments, receiving and distributing information resources, and transport management. We are also impressed by the emphasis on contract and supply management. The policy ensures that suppliers are held accountable for their performance and the contracts are managed effectively. The donation management system allowed in the donations. It ensures that donations are made available for selection to all libraries and that the value of donation is declared on all bases. Speaker, Action SA notes and approves the policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. EFF, Councillor Vaholani.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker. Ke a o dumedisa khaejadi. Kalina Lanta Delamora. Grading chairperson and caucus leader, chief whip of EFF, 29 battalions of EFF, and the other councillors. As EFF, we note that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. ACDP, Councillor Nkonza.
Yeah, shalom, shalom once again, Madam Speaker. As the ACDP, we note the report and appreciating that as a city, we will move forward, and also saying that we must always tolerate each other. And congratulations to those that were elected. But we know that for a chairperson to sit and control the meeting, they must be impartial. We have noticed that there is intolerance. It only seems that it looks like that the other chairperson that is elected today, they will not be impartial towards other people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Nkonza. We'll move to Good. Councillor Cook.
Speaker, Good congratulates MMC Nkonko on his appointment as MMC of Community Development. We wish him strength in his new role and look forward to working with him. Speaker, the MMC has a tough job ahead of him, cleaning up his department, and Good advises him to take this opportunity to review carefully all matters which were started prior to his appointment. Speaker, I know MMC Nkonko to be a fighter for the poor, the marginalized, and the underprivileged, and therefore we believe that MMC will consider our plea to reject this draft, to make amendments which will be more inclusive of underprivileged communities, which this draft leaves behind. The policy fails to address several critical issues necessary to ensure equitable impact and successful implementation. Public libraries serve diverse communities with varying needs and challenges. The draft policy does not adequately outline how resources will be equitably distributed across urban, peri-urban, and rural areas. Libraries in marginalized communities, which often experience chronic underfunding and resource shortages, may continue to lag behind without clear guidelines for prioritization and targeted support. While the policy mentions electronic and audiovisual formats, it fails to address the broader issue of digital inclusion comprehensively. Many residents in underserved areas lack access to digital infrastructure such as computers, reliable internet, or technical support. The absence of specific measures to bridge this digital divide risks excluding these communities from fully benefiting from this policy. Public libraries are pillars of their communities, and any policy affecting their operations must be informed by public consultation. This policy has failed to demonstrate how community voices, particularly those from marginalized or underserved groups, have been incorporated into its design. This lack of inclusivity raises concerns about whether the policy truly reflects the needs of the most marginalized communities. Good believes that public libraries are essential for building informed, empowered, and connected communities. However, this draft policy falls short of addressing the systemic barriers that prevent many residents from accessing library resources. We urge Council to reject this policy in its current form and to develop a clear and equitable resource allocation strategy, prioritizing underserved communities. We must incorporate a comprehensive digital inclusion plan to ensure that all residents, especially those marginalized, benefit from electronic and audiovisual resources. We must address staffing and capacity challenges by committing to investments in library personnel and training and
20
development.
seconds remaining.
Until these issues are addressed, Good cannot support this policy. Public libraries have a transformative and actionable strategy that truly serves as a catalyst for community development and empowerment. Iswelet.
Thank you, Councillor. ANC, Councillor Mazibu.
Thank you, Speaker. Good morning. I rise to support the draft policy,
We believe that this policy aligns with our commitment to promoting literacy, education, and access to information for all residents. This policy provides a framework for the development and management of information resources in our public libraries. It ensures that our libraries remain relevant, inclusive, and responsive to the needs of our diverse community. We are confident that its implementation will enhance the quality of service offered by our public libraries. We therefore, as the ANC, move that the draft be approved. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Mazibuko. MMC Nkonko.
E re ke go leboge wena Modisa-Kgotla, ke dumedise Ratoropo Selelo Morero, molaodi wa toropo Rre Fred Brink, thuto ya lekgotla Rre Zungu, motlhasekile wa ditilo Rre Adolf Raphato, komiti ya Ratoropo, baduladitilo tsa di-committee, ke be ke dumedise Secretary General of Pan-Africanist Congress of the People of Azania, our guests and our young councillors, the residents of the city of Johannesburg. We are in solidarity with the people of Palestine and all the land dispossessed of the people of the world, and we seek justice for them. Izwelethhu. Madam Speaker, I have noted all the concerns raised by Councillor Cook. Indeed, I will address those concerns, and I therefore ask the Council to approve the request. Izwelethhu.
Thank you, Executive. I almost said Executive Mayor. Thank you, MMC. The recommendations are on pages or page 39.3. Is the item agreed to? Councillors, is the item agreed to? Thank you. The item is carried.
Councillors, we're on item 40, and that's the Local Government Municipal Finance Management Act of 2003, and these amendments to the Municipal Supply Chain Management Regulations of the City of Johannesburg Supply Chain Management Policy.
The first speaker we have is from Action SA, Councillor Nkonyeni.
Greetings, Madam Speaker, Executive Mayor, City Manager Floyd Brink, Chief Whip of the Action SA Caucus, Zach Lebatlang, Councillors of the Fabulous 44, Councillors of the oldest liberation movement in Africa, the African National Congress, Councillors of the 29 Battalion, especially Councillor Zita, Councillors of the Patriotic Alliance, Councillors of the IFP, Ingane Zgamntwana, minority parties, special greetings to MMC Masugu, the gorgeous MMC Arnolds, guests in the gallery, and most importantly, the residents of the city of Johannesburg. Madam Speaker, I rise to speak on item 40. In line with the Minister of Finance's amendments to the supply chain policy as depicted in the Municipal Systems Act, The city is required to amend its policy accordingly so that we can be in alignment and on par. In summary, the implications of the amendments are that no verbal requests for quotations shall be accepted anymore. Requests for quotations for transactions to the value of 30,000 can now be up to 750 and still need to be approved by the group head of supply chain management. Transactions above the value of 750,000 now need to go through a competitive bidding process and no longer an RFQ. The proposed policy amendments are important because they will assist in decreasing unauthorized, irregular, wasteful, and fruitless expenditure. Many times we have had to sit here and ratify deviations in the same breath. In the same breath as a Section 79 finance, we do not receive deviation and ratification reports. Therefore, it is difficult to correct or even make recommendations as a committee. It is for this very reason that we welcome the amendments, and as we hope they will curb the multiple irregularities of which some have been picked up by the AG. As a city, we need to tighten our processes and systems because I'm sure even colleagues that serve in MPEC are tired of constantly writing off UIWFs. These amendments are necessary if we want to squeeze the necks of those that use loopholes in policy to siphon money off the city and further use deviations and ratification, including this very house, which is accomplice to rubber stamp UIFWs. Action SA notes and supports the policy amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nkonyeni. DA, Councillor Peterson.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm impressed that our executive is turning to religion crisis. At least I can be assured then that our executive recognizes that we are in a crisis. Honorable Speaker, members of the Council and esteemed colleagues, I stand before you today to address a matter of significant importance for our city. The amendments to the Municipal System Chain Management Regulation, as outlined in item 40. This report, a belated culmination of efforts from our Finance Committee and the Mayoral Committee, reflects a nod to financial sustainability, sustainable service delivery, and good governance. As you're aware, the amendments to the Municipal Supply Chain Management Regulations were published by the Minister of Finance with the concurrence of the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. These amendments were detailed in Government Notice number 31 of 20th of January 2017 and took effect on the 14th of December 2023. We stand here now in November 2024 to approve this. The primary objectives, as already outlined by my fellow colleague in the Finance Committee, is to align our policies with the evolving regulatory landscape, ensuring that our city supply chain management processes are both robust and transparent. The salient amendments include the deletion of the definition written or verbal quotations, which necessitates a corresponding update to our City of Johannesburg supply chain management policy. No verbal request for quotations shall be accepted anymore. Other points to take note of and refer to when doing oversight, for example, at a retirement village. The manager may request quotations below 30,000 Rand. This policy remains unchanged. What has changed is requests for quotations for transaction value above 30,000 can now be done up to 750,000 Rand. However, the group head of strategic supply chain management must still approve these. Requirements to procure through a competitive bidding process and not through RFQ is now for transactions valued above 750,000. All other process flows remain unchanged. Effective oversight on these amendments are pivotal in our strategic thrust towards financial sustainability. By streamlining our supply chain management regulations, we enhance our capacity for sustainable service delivery. Moreover, these amendments fortify our governance framework, fostering accountability and integrity in our procurement processes. As we adopt these amendments, the Democratic Alliance underscores our dedication to prudent financial management and the equitable delivery of services to our residents. This is not merely an administrative update, but a reaffirmation of our commitment to the values that underpin good governance. In conclusion, I urge you, esteemed colleagues, to note and adopt the amendments to the Municipal Supply Chain Management Regulations, and let us move forward with a focus on excellence and transparency in our financial and administrative operations. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Peterson. ACDP, Councillor Mkonza.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Shalom, shalom once again. Greetings once again to all the councillors, the student councillors, our beloved residents of the city of Joburg. This is a progressive policy, and as the ACDP, we accept it and we approve it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. ANC, Councillor Mate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's actually Councillor Khatebe. I think there might have been a typo there. Greetings to the Executive Mayor, members of the Mayoral Committee, the Whip Council, Councillor Zungu, Chair of Chairs, the ANC Caucus, and the residents of Johannesburg. Madam Speaker, I'd like to first congratulate the people of Namibia for having a very peaceful elections yesterday. And we are hoping that the progressive SWAPO will indeed retain the seat of government in Namibia. I rise on item 40. As the African National Congress, we note and we support the amendment of the municipal supply chain regulations and subsequent amendment of the seat of Johannesburg supply chain management. These adjustments, which now align with the recently published updates by the Minister of Finance, represent a critical step towards improving transparency and efficiency in our procurement processes. As the ANC, we note and we support this amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Khatebe. MMC Arnold.
Thank you once again, Madam Speaker, to the Executive Mayor, Councillor Moreira, City Manager Floyd Brink, all MMCs present, chairpersons present. A special good morning to the Secretary General of the AIC, Councillor Mhlongo, to the minority governing parties, and also a special welcome to the Student Council led by the Speaker of the Student Council. Welcome. Madam Speaker, I also want to congratulate the elected chairpersons and say, please do what you have to do and do it right. Madam Speaker, the item, I can only say that everybody's inputs are noted, and I think that everybody agrees that it is time for this item to go through. So I would want to say, can we please adopt the item? Thank you.
Thank you, MMC. The recommendations are on page 40. Is the item agreed to? Thank you, councillors.
Councillors, we are on item 41, and that's City of Johannesburg Metropolitan Municipality for 2023-24 Infrastructure Asset Management Policy.
Action SA, Councillor Bini.
Thank you so much, Speaker. I rise on item 41. Action SA acknowledge and approve the item. Thank you so much, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor PDA. Councillor Christian.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the words of MMC Masuku, I was abuzz with excitement yesterday when I read through this report. I was abuzz with it because in terms of the IMs, we have technology and we have expertise in this council that's going to take us forward in managing our infrastructure assets. Madam Speaker, I was abuzz yesterday because according to the report, as soon as we approve it today, implementation starts tomorrow. So I'm really abuzz with energy. I feel like the youngsters that are sitting up there from the council and full of energy and ready to hit the ground now. But Madam Speaker, when we talk about technology, when we talk about infrastructure asset management systems, systems is what we're talking about. And are we ready for it? I consulted with some of my colleagues from the finance committee, Madam MMC, and they say it's taken almost 7 years in some of the systems and we're still not there. Yet we're ready to invest once again in another system just to be compliant, but compliant on paper, not compliant on the ground. And that's where our residents will see the failures. Because as we speak right now, the MMC is not even here because he had to leave to deal with water issues because of us not managing our infrastructure assets properly. But when we talk about systems, Madam Speaker, it also is about what we put in. So garbage in and garbage out. That's what's going to happen. Madam Speaker, I'm worried because most recently in one of the committees, one of our biggest portfolios of assets gave an incomplete report because we don't know where's the assets of the city of Johannesburg. Let that settle in, because if we do not get that right, how are we going to put in the correct data into this infrastructure asset management system? Madam Speaker, it brings me to another thing. I remember this house was about energy when we passed the consequence management, but I see now everybody's quiet, because as long as things carry on the way they were carrying on, we're quite happy. But who's suffering at the end of the day? It is the residents out there. It's the residents that were out there yesterday protesting about the fact that for 72 days they did not have water. So yes, I agree. We need to be abuzz with energy and excitement about the infrastructure asset management policy. But let's look at page 10. And what does page 10 say, Madam Speaker? Page 10, according to this, says that we need to submit relevant data at least quarterly. Now, what system allows for quarterly input? That means we are going to have assets that have been around for 120 years, not been maintained. Surely that is not right. Do our officers only work, our officials only work every 3 months? I thought they work every day. I thought every month they had to do a report. So why are we now allowing for such laziness to come in? Because the word efficiency does not comply with quarterly data inputting, at least. And we have to look at that, Madam Speaker, because clearly somebody just submitted this and thought nobody would read the next year's. So that's where, unfortunately, when it comes to IT systems, we have to read the fine print. So, Madam Speaker, I'm going to go on because lots of people here spoke a lot of quotes from the Bible. So being Alex Christians, and please note your speakers list is non-compliant because it's supposed to be a Councillor Christian speaking, not Councillor Christians. Jim Stovall says, as you go through your day today, master maturity, but react in new ways. Applied wisdom can create opportunities, not by looking at different things, but by looking at things differently. Let that sink in, because those youngsters sitting up there will not have a council to run if we do not get things right. So, Madam Speaker, let me come back to the report. And the report is very clear. Financial implications, none. Dololo. Dololo. So how does the report that we've got to approve say there is no financial implications? So let's go to page 8 of the annexure. Page 8 says, a governance body will be established. Does that not cost money? It doesn't. According to some people in this house, it doesn't, because opportunity cost is a financial investment, and that should have been put into the report. Because if officials are going to get onto that governance body that will be established to ensure that the IAMS is running properly, that means they are being removed from one post to another place. That's opportunity cost. That's financial implications. See, Madam Speaker, sending us to the course was worthy because we learned something new there and we need to implement it here. Let's look at the next thing where it says Dololo for the finance. Bullet point 34B. Sorry, 34C. I dealt with B already. Stakeholders inform regarding risk and financial and technical performance. Financial performance. Does that not mean that there'll be money used in the city? It does. So therefore, the financial implications are there. It's right there in your report. But we say dololo, nothing there. Why? Because according to one of the MMCs in a live interview, we don't know what's in the budget, but we are an MMC. So we got to wonder, what is it that we passed? Did we not pass any finances for this financial year? Did we not do a medium-term expenditure report? So what was it we are passing? Are we just here as political parties, or are we here actually as governance experts who are representing people? Because clearly, what we are doing here is mainly about political parties. It's not about the governance of the residents out there and what their wishes are. So, Madam Speaker, let me conclude by saying this. No matter how much we try to fight with the other side of the house, we need to look and see what is happening there. Because as long as this report is incomplete, we as a council, it's our fiduciary duty to say, go back, correct it, and give us a correct report. We cannot accept this report, therefore we cannot accept this item. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Christian. EFF, Councillor Mthembu.
Thank you, Speaker. It's Councillor Mthembu. Greetings to the caucus leader of the EFF, Cllr Ruti. Greetings to the chief whip of the EFF, Tabisa Mkhapi. Not forgetting the 29 battalions of the EFF. Greetings to the mayor and the mayoral committee, the CM, the guests in the gallery, and those watching at home. I greet you all in the name of expropriation of land without compensation. As the EFF, we note the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. ANC, Councillor Mata.
Greetings, Madam Speaker. Executive Mighty Mayor Dada Morero, fellow councillors, ANC welcome and approve this report. Welcome and approve this report. On the reason that the infrastructure asset management policy support the mission of acceleration and proactive in service delivery and asset-centric for city that is resilient, sustainable, livable, able for welcoming. Madam Speaker, we also know that the city of Johannesburg municipality infrastructure is a huge community infrastructure investment that has been built up to more than 100 years ago. 100 years ago is such a long time, Speaker. Madam Speaker, 100 years ago and 120 years ago is such a long time, Madam Speaker. So the infrastructure is due for reconstruction and refurbishment. Madam Speaker, as much as we all experiencing the infrastructure collapsing because of its overdue, sewer water pipes and sewer and water pipe need to be replaced or reconstructed. Reservoir pipes need to be reconstructed. City power infrastructures need to be integrated. Madam Speaker, as ANC, we welcome and approve the report. I thank you.
Siyabonga, Councillor. MMC Masuku.
Thank you, Speaker. I think it's important to mention that this is the first time that we have this type of a policy of this nature. A policy actually that will align with the National Treasury trading reforms. This is actually a very huge stride for the city of Johannesburg, and National Treasury has already supported it. And I think, Madam Speaker, I would also urge the caucus or Councillor Christians in particular through you to read properly, because the governance structure that we're speaking about, there's no financial implications because it's officials in the city of Johannesburg, or so even if it's a political structure, the MMCs are here to do the work. They are not going to be remunerated extra to deal with the work that needs to be done. So if, Madam Speaker,
MMC, Councillor Christian's hand is raised. Councillor Christians.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise in terms of Rule 72. The MMC is misrepresenting what I said. Can I give clarity?
Councillor Christian.
It's part of the rules, Madam Speaker. He is misrepresenting what I'm saying.
She's in the middle of a debate. MMC Masuku.
On the disciplinary board, Madam Speaker, I want to bring it to your attention and remind councillors that it was the Democratic Alliance leadership under their multi-party that actually delayed the disciplinary board and their interference when they came with an unconstitutional and a structure that was not legislated. They even went to advertise in newspapers and promised people remuneration on a process that didn't require such a particular remuneration. So I think it's very disingenuous, Madam Speaker, for the councillor through you to speak about the disciplinary board. And by the way, it's quite functional. Very functional, and it actually reports to the relevant committees of council, where members of the Democratic Alliance actually sit in those committees and have actually applauded the work of the disciplinary board, and that they are actually starting to see some action in terms of the work that the disciplinary board does. The councillors who sit in those committees must
MMC.
educate Councillor Christian.
MMC. Can't see your name from here, Councillor Santana.
Thank you, Speaker. The MMC is arousing Rule 72. The MMC is misleading the House on the fact that the disciplinary board, if we have to go there, has yet to respond to impact. Thank you very much.
Can you just allow the MMC to finish? Councillor Christian.
But Councillor Christian is raising on what? There was a point of order, and then he's rising on who? Unless it's a point of order on his councillor.
I want to hear what he wants to say. Let's give him that opportunity, MMC.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's unfortunate that the MMC is not waiting to listen. I'm rising on Rule 71(2).
What is your point of order?
Yes.
What is the point of order? Already there's a councillor from your caucus that stood before you. So what is your point of order?
Madam Speaker, I rise in terms of Rule 7. Madam Speaker, am I going to be protected?
Councillor Christian, what is your point of order? Councillor Santana stood before you.
Madam Speaker,
Okay,
Councillor
Councillor
Santana
Christian.
rose on Rule
Councillor-
72. I'm rising on
Councillor
Rule
Christian, please
71.
sit down. Please sit down, Councillor Christian. Councillor Santana had an opportunity to speak now, not the MMC. It was Councillor Santana. Please sit down, Councillor Christian. Please sit down. MMC, go back.
Madam Speaker, people are catching feelings. JIRAs they presented and gave an outline of the work that is being done. So it can't be that councillors are catching feelings because they stopped the work of the disciplinary board. The truth hurts.
MMC, hold on. Councillor Christians.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise on Rule 71(2). So if you understand Rule 71(2), it's a personal explanation because I'm the one who spoke, and now what is being said by the MNC is misleading this House based on what I said. So you didn't rule on it earlier on when I rise. That's why I'm rising again. Please advise on your ruling in terms of Rule
We can hear
71(2).
you, Councillor Christians. MMC, please continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Unless Councillor Santana was absent in that meeting, if he was, we will forgive him. But okay, it's not our problem. As we proceed properly, Madam Speaker, if people are the ones who stop progress in this council because of their own interference, and now that the government of local unity is working and is dealing with issues of UIFWs, is dealing with, is putting consequence management, yes, of course, everything has to be done procedurally because we are not in the business of purging individuals. We are not in the business of taking shortcuts in the work that we do. You should be happy about this progressive policy. National Treasury, the highest in our land in terms of the Republic of South Africa, has given this a thumbs up. Johannesburg continues to set the trends. Johannesburg continues to make sure we put systems in place and policies that are going to make sure that we... You know, Speaker,
MMC,
when old men in this chamber make such amazing things, it's shocking. It's shocking. Very shocking. In any case, we ask Council to approve this very progressive policy. And we ask people not to catch feelings because they wanted to be chairpersons of committees. Now they are not chairpersons of committees and MMCs. Askisma kubhlugu.
Thank you, MMC Masugu. We've also noticed that at times we just throw the rules, but they don't really apply to the point that you want to stand on, but we'll continue. The recommendations are on page 41, is the item agreed to. Thank you, councillors.
Councillors, we are on item 42.
Councillor Christians.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I rise in terms of Rule 84. Can you please note the dissent of the Democratic Alliance on this item, and we do reserve our right to take this up further. Thank you.
We note the dissent for the Democratic Alliance. Thank you. Secretary to Council.
Councillors, item 42 is approval of the integrated waste management policy and plan for the city of Johannesburg.
We'll start with our first speaker from the Freedom Front Plus, Councillor Bull.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Mayor, in your absentia, to use through you the words of the previous MMC, yet again we've got a very progressive policy. It's a policy from 2011. Unfortunately, in the past 13 years, there was no progress in this policy. So hopefully let us be able to change it this time. This is a very, very important policy, Madam Speaker. Waste management is of a critical issue in this city. We only got 4 landfill sites available. 2 have reached their capacity. The third one is reaching its capacity next year, and there's 1 left that will reach capacity in 2027. Waste management is of the utmost importance, and that is why this policy, we welcome this policy, But a policy is as good as the implementation of it. If you put it in a cupboard and it gathers dust, there's no use. And that is what happened in the past 13 years. We need to implement this policy. We must make funds available for this policy. Pick It Up is really trying their best, but they are also restrained by lack of funds. We must capacitate them to implement this policy. Start with waste from source. We have to reduce our waste in the landfill sites, and we can generate money out of this. Waste management all over the world is a very important issue, and there are funds available internationally to implement and to even generate income from our waste, from our landfills. We can also create lots of work by capacitating the waste pickers to separate the waste as well. So we welcome this policy. We wait for the implementation, and we hope that this time it will be progressive. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Paul. Action SA, Councillor Muduka Nene.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings, Speaker of Council. Greetings to the fabulous 44, all councillors present, and most importantly, the residents of the city of Johannesburg. I rise on behalf of Action SA to contribute our position in relation to item 42. Madam Speaker, Action SA welcomes and approves this policy. We also note the city's effort on projects to discourage illegal dumping and environmental education awareness campaigns. But I must mention that this effort seems futile as the effort does not relate to the realities in and around the city. In fact, I would go further and say illegal dumping is increasing at a rapid rate and is becoming a serious health threat to our communities. Spending 93 million to clear illegal dumping is not something that should be celebrated. A long-term solution would be to provide facilities for communities to dispose of their waste legally and to enforce bylaws around illegal dumping. Speaker, this is a very good policy on paper, but the biggest test will be its implementation. Pick It Up must intensify environmental education awareness campaigns, because whatever campaigns they are currently doing is obviously not enough to tackle illegal dumping in the city. The city must also look at unused and unkept open spaces, as such spaces are vulnerable to dumping. Those spaces must either be fenced or must be used for activities that will benefit the residents. Madam Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to commend the MMC of EISD of trying to find ways of integrating waste pickers in the formal waste economy, as they have a very important role to play in waste management, but also have potential to have a harmful effect on the environment if they are not managed in a structured way. For this, the MMC will enjoy our full support, as this is a cause close to our hearts as Action SA. With that said, Action SA approves this policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kutumu from DA.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members of council and fellow residents. I rise to speak on item 42, which is the approval of the integrated waste management plan for the city of Joburg. Now, being said that, Madam Speaker, being left with 8 minutes to talk about trash, you'd imagine would be an easy thing. And after yesterday's quorum in the House and today's as well, I was left wondering if I should spend those 8 minutes talking about trash or trash talking. And yes, there's a difference. Madam Speaker, let me demonstrate. I could talk about trash and mention how our landfill and airspace is reaching capacity fast. Or I could trash talk about how some of us promised Pick It Up employees a stop to outsourcing and they are still waiting for that to happen. Or I could talk about trash and mention how the High Court has slapped the city of Joburg with a court order to conduct extensive air quality testing of Kaya Sands waste disposal site. Or I could trash talk about how some communities are still waiting for their free Wi-Fi. Or I could talk about trash and mention how the majority of our green spaces have been taken over by litter picking and waste sorting. Or I could trash talk about how some of us are book smart, apparently, and could pass the art of reading with comprehension to others who seemingly still don't know that they have been in power for the last 2 years. Point made, Madam Speaker. Needless to say, talking about trash would actually be the shorter speech of the two. Johannesburg is facing a waste management crisis. With more than 10,000 new people moving to the city every month, the pressure on our waste system is growing fast. Illegal dumping, overflowing landfill sites, and poor recycling efforts are signs that the system is struggling. If we don't act now, it will be harmful to our health, environment, and our economy. It is important to note that the issue we face is quite complex. We are running out of landfill space fast. Waste picking has become synonymous with green spaces being hijacked and trashed, and separation at source is no longer implemented in many regions. Some of the current risks we face include damage to the environment, wasted money. Cleaning up illegal dumping already costs the city 80 million every year. This is money we should be spending on essential services. Unfair services. Many informal settlements don't get proper waste collection, putting people's health and dignity at risk. Lost opportunities. We miss chances to create jobs and protect the environment by not using recycling and waste-to-energy technologies. Now, we believe that with the right strategies, we can solve this crisis, and we hope that this plan will assist in the following ways. By bettering recycling, using waste as a resource to build waste-to-energy plants, trash into electricity, start composting programs to handle garden and food waste, and involving in communities and enforcing bylaws. Financial sustainability, introducing pay-as-you-throw systems to encourage people to create less waste while keeping it affordable for low-income households. Now, Madam Speaker, I knew that I would have some time left, so I thought I would make it a bit interesting and ask artificial intelligence to write a short poem about the waste situation in Joburg, and it was actually quite clever. This is what it said. A wasteful tale in Josie Town. In Josie Town, the trash would grow, piling high wherever you'd go. Papers and plastics, bottles and cans left in the streets and across the lands. The rivers cried, please keep us clean. The trees turned grey, no longer green. The birds flew far, the air was foul, and everyone was wearing a worried scowl. But then the kids of Josie said, let's fix this mess before we did. We'll sort out the trash and learn to recycle, turn waste to wonder, it's not a trifle. They cleaned the parks, the roads, the streams, they worked together, they shared big dreams. Landfill shrank, flowers bloomed, the city sparkled, the air perfumed. So now in Josie, the kids will say, don't throw your rubbish just anyway. Reduce, reuse, and recycle too, and Josie will shine for me and you. Now, Madam Speaker, it's a beautiful poem, but what actually broke my heart about this poem is that even AI recognizes that we have more luck of the next generation solving our waste management crisis than depending on a council full of supposed adults who prefer trash talking instead of talking about our trash. We support the plan, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor, and it's good that you're acknowledging that the Democratic Alliance yesterday participated in trying to bring the decorum of this House down with the T-shirts. We'll move swiftly along to ACDP. Councillor Harris.
Madam Speaker, I greet you once again. I rise to speak on item 42, the approval of the integrated waste management policy and plan for the city. The way the city looks and smells stands or falls on the management of the 1.6 million tons of municipal solid waste collected. It thus stands to reason any plan to address this issue must display a high degree of critical and creative thinking. It must go beyond existing waste management systems. It must go beyond the 3 initiatives identified, which is the separation at source, paying lip service to alternative waste treatment technologies, and avoidance of using landfill sites by waste minimization. The ACDP supports a concerted, integrated, implementable plan to achieve world-class waste management systems, not a plan destined for file 13. To quote from page 42.2 of the report, there is a lack of formal communication structures between departments dealing with waste management and planning in the city to enforce collaboration, responsibility, and accountability. Whilst the report alludes to departments and entities consulted, it does not stipulate as a policy imperative how collaboration, responsibility, and accountability will be enforced and sustained. Apart from the cursory mention of sister departments, provincial and national government, there is nothing that speaks to how the city-owned departments and entities can contribute to making waste management a priority. An example of the shallowness of the thinking of this policy document, Strategic Goal 1 states waste minimization, resource recovery, and promotion of circular economy. The target to achieve this target states 40% reduction of waste disposal to landfills by 2028. A more practical target would have been the commitment to have 10, 15, or 50 buyback centers established throughout the city. The money spent on illegal dumping is a matter that should enjoy greater priority than any integrated management plan. Merely mentioning this while not proposing steps to eradicate this antisocial behavior devalues the plan. From an CDP perspective, this plan does not display any creativity or evidence that cutting-edge technology will be utilized to deal with a growing volume of municipal solid waste. It is with trepidation that the ACDP supports the call for Council to approve and adopt the integrated waste management plan. And as an aside, in my remaining seconds,
10 seconds remaining.
Whoever is to implement this plan must be forced to sit in Union Road in El Dorado Park. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. EFF, Councillor Mukasi.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Greetings to the chairperson of the EFF in Johannesburg region, Fighter Cllr. Greetings to our caucus chief whip, Fighter Thabisa Mohapi. Greetings to our fellow councillors. Greetings to the City of Johannesburg residents. Speaker, as the economic freedom fighters, we welcome the policy, not only welcome it, we also approve. I thank you, Speaker.
Siyabonga, Councillor. ANC, Councillor Mate.
Greetings once again, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we welcome the integration of waste management. Due to that, it aims to integrate all aspects of waste management and within the city of Joburg and support other applications concerning the waste management as outlined in the other policies of Gauteng province and national government. It further aims to promote intergoverning relation and cooperative governance, and as invasive by the Constitution of the South Africa. In the same way, in the city of Joburg, they strive to provide efficient and appropriate waste management services to all waste generators, while it recognizes the contribution made by the private sector and in provision of these services. The policy objective that is needed to be adhered to. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, the city of Johannesburg disposes approximately 1.6 million tonnage of waste per annum. The approach adopts the waste management hierarchy principle, which is advocate for waste reduction, reuse, recycling, recovery, disposal as the rest to resort to deal with the residue, and which is also supported by the what you call Polokwane Declaration. Madam Speaker, due to that, waste management plan is a national legislative requirement that is supported by the Environmental Management Waste Act 59 of 2008 that was developed to integrate waste management plan. It also stipulates the result of mechanism on the implementation of IWMPS. Madam Speaker, as ANC, we approve and welcome the integration plan. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I see MMC's filer is not here. Which MMC will be standing in for him? MMC Mabaso.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Greetings to yourself. The MMC is present, the Executive Mayor in his absentia, the Whip of Council, the Chair of Chairs, all the colleagues in the meeting. Speaker, we acknowledge and welcome all the comments made by the colleagues that have debated on this item. This plan is a national legislative requirement, and all council, including the city of Johannesburg, is expected to adhere as presented in the IWMP. But Speaker, the plan also does outline the plans that the City Parks is going to embark on in terms of mitigating all the issues that have been raised. And if you look closer to the plan that has been presented, it also talks to how the illegal dumpings will be attended to. It talks to the alternative waste treatment technologies. And there are 5 strategic goals with the clear targets, and we are going to hold them accountable to those targets as presented into the plan. And also, Pick It Up has also embarked on programs which aims to discourage the illegal dumpings within the city of Johannesburg. And we have actually welcomed that, and we will also support. But what is imperative with this plan is that it plans to integrate all the key role players. There are other institutions of government and other departments that also has a responsibility when it comes to waste management. Your JMPD is required to enforce bylaws, the environmental practitioners, they've got a role to play, Pick It Up, EISD. So all those key role players, after the approval of this plan, they will actually know what will need to be done, because the plan is clear in terms of the mandate provided. So we do actually welcome all the contributions that have been made by colleagues, and we are also going to monitor implementation of this plan because this entity and the department actually does sit in the cluster where we are also sitting. So we do actually monitor the performance of this entity. So we ask Council to adopt and approve the plan as presented. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MMC. The recommendations are on pages 42.6. Is the item agreed to? Thank you, Councillors.
Councillors, we proceed with item 43, and that's section 79, Community Development Committee Oversight to Rickwell Wildlife Conservation Farm.
Thank you, Secretary to Council. We'll start with the member in charge, Councillor Mukone.
Thank you. Good day, and thank you, Madam Speaker. Can I also acknowledge the Executive Mayor of the City of Johannesburg, Councillor Dada Morero, in absence here. The Whip of Council, Councillor Zungu, all political party leaders and whips, Chair of Chairs, Councillor Marema, members of the Mayoral Committee, chairpersons of the Section 79 committees, fellow councillors, city manager, secretary to council, officials of the City of Johannesburg, residents of the City of Johannesburg, including the youth leaders in attendance today, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. Madam Speaker, let me start on a sober note. Today, as we speak, we bury one legend, macro masterpieces, Moripe, Mudimu Wabolo. In those days, Madam Speaker, that generation Yarona, Yabontate Mailane Revavas J. When George Sabe was the president of South African Football Association. Our generation, Yabo Councillor Harris, Vava J, when Leicester City played at El Dorado Park Stadium. Vava J, Councillor Van Veek, when there was Pinville United Brothers. Vava J, Councillor Carolia, when Lenasia United Bluebells was at Lens. Those were the days. Vavas J. I can go on and on and on. Madam Speaker, during our oversight visit to Ritgale Farm, we observed a successful business enterprise. It is one of those projects in which the City of Johannesburg invested wisely with a vision towards GDS 2040. Madam Speaker, one would wish that the central business district in Johannesburg could be having such visionaries to turn all those vandalized buildings into such successful entities. Yes, indeed, Madam Speaker, but we also note the good neighborliness that exists amongst the farmers in those areas, in what they colloquially call Boere Samewerking, a Boer Magaplan. We must
30
also
seconds remaining.
Madam Speaker, we must also appreciate and applaud the human capital that is deployed on the farm. There is skill there, and as a city, we vote to protect those skills. Madam Speaker, the farm as a business venture is achieving its KPIs year on year. I therefore, Madam Speaker, request Council to approve the report. Thank you.
Yaleboa, Tate Mukome. UDM, Councillor Zikebe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to address something first. As Kashal Noshala committees, sekuthiwa sizaba divisive. Yaqala uyiva. Madam Speaker, ndingaphumanga kwi-report, but I just want to note and profoundly celebrate the birthday of an extraordinary African leader, Dr. Uzwile Radebe, who marked this milestone on the 8th of November 2024. Dr. Radebe is a true custodian of African indigenous spirituality, a champion of community development, and a steadfast advocate for environmental conservation. Dr. Radebe's work in African indigenous spirituality has been pivotal in preserving our heritage, teaching us to harmonize modernity with traditional practices. Through his wisdom, he reminds us of the profound connection between our roots and the greater world. As a leader in community development, Dr. Radebe has tirelessly empowered countless individuals and communities, creating opportunities for growth, education, and economic progress. His leadership, grounded in humility and collaboration, is a model for us all. His environmental advocacy has been equally inspiring in a world where nature faces significant threats. Dr. Radebe's unwavering commitment to conservation shows us how humanity and the earth can thrive together. Getting into the report that Red Cllr Wildlife Conservation Farm is a sanctuary where conservation, sustainability, and biodiversity converge. From breeding programs to sustainable farming, Red Cllr is a living example that we should all be following, as the chair has said. So with that, Chair, the UDM and the MGP notes the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Freedom Fund Plus, Councillor Smith.
Thanks, Speaker. When I became the ward councillor in Ward 23 in 2006, there were concerns about what was then known as the Rich Clay Zoo farm moving to Parys. The concerns were that the farm would not be successful because it's so far from city life. This was not the case. When I went on this tour with council, I was very surprised to see how advanced, and I've been there previously, and to actually go back and see how much advancement had happened at this farm, and that the management of this farm had turned it around from an almost failure to a total success. And for that, I need to congratulate management at the farm. The fact is that since then, there's been a relationship developed between all the farmers in the area that are working together. That, for example, if a fire breaks out on the farm, other farmers will come in and help to fight the fires. If Red Cllr has a food shortage, other farmers will come in to assist so that the animals do not go hungry. In today's total negativity that we live in, this is a bright light, and I really would like to once again congratulate management on the farmers as to how they've turned it around over the last 10 years.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. EFF, Councillor Dladla.
Chairperson, my chairman, Mr. Mukome, I must say that it was there when Jabu Matlamu was still called Jabu Buli. Speaker, sine ngaki orange farm njengamanje bengithi ngidlulisele kunama-lines amakhulu izolo nalamhlanje ama-line kunogogo nabantwana kunama-serious problems regarding ukudla and everything ngoba ama-line bazofuna ukusizwa by i-Home Affairs. So bengithi if there is anything that the speaker can do to assist, if you may please intervene, either by requesting an extension yamalanga for them because they were only given 2 days, or alternatively that you make a request for different dates and extend the amalanga for them. I know it's not our competence as local government, but I know and trust you that you can do that. It's not even a problem. Using your position, you can make that request for them. Speaker, there is a verse from our church. Maybe quickly, mangi quote 80. To change my gay, oh change my gay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Mbingelele wena mholi, mbingelele wena Somlomo, mbingelele ubuholi be-EFF, mbingelele ibutho lethu lonke le-EFF la in council, nendlu yonke. Speaker, we are now indeed changing gears. Otherwise, izokushayisa imoto. Speaker, as we change gears this December, the EFF approves the report. Thank you very much. Kusekhaya la.
Which church? Which church?
Councillor Dladla waze wangilahlela phansi kwebhasi nje si-streama live. Action SA, Councillor Ntombela.
Thank you, Speaker. Good afternoon to you, Speaker, and the colleagues in the House. I will address the item 43 regarding the Community Development Committee's oversight to the Red Clay Wildlife Conservation Farm. We as Action SA, we acknowledge the oversight report on Red Wildlife Conservation Farm and its finding. We approve the report and its recommendation, which includes seeking additional information from the City of Joburg, City Park, and Zoo. As Action SA, we approve the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. MMC Nkonko.
E re ke go leboge modisa kgotla madume ga fele e bile ga je sa motho ke dumetse ratoropo re Sello Morero ke dumedise molaodi wa toropo Re Floyd ke dumedise thupo ya kgotla Re Zunku ke dumedise modulasetilo wa ditilo Re Marema Adolf Marema ke dumedise komiti ya ratoropo Hello, dumedise. Ke dumedise the Secretary General of Pan-Africanist Congress of the People of Tanzania, Re Apapowe, our guest, the young councillors in the gallery, the residents of the city of Joburg, and also to remind you that we are in solidarity with the people of Palestine and all the land dispossessed people of the world. And we seek justice for them. Israeli too. We appreciate and acknowledge all the positive comments made by our councillors.
MMC. Opa MMC Mabaso to take the platform since he raised his hand.
Thank you very much, Speaker. You know, I'm not a fan of point of orders, but I think for the progress in the House, I think some of the things must be clarified. I know that there was an established principle in the House, which was subsequently changed yesterday. And I think I'm not in variant with what was actually presented yesterday. But looking into this item, it's a committee oversight report. And I'm failing to understand why the MMC is asked to respond to it. Because it's a committee oversight report. So if I could just be clarified there so that tomorrow I'm not asked to do the same thing because I'm not going to agree to it.
No problem. MMC, our chair will step in and respond.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. You know, when you have allowed the Christians or Councillor Christians of the day to break the precedents in pretense of quoting the rules as they are, and when you really dig down into the rules, you realize they say otherwise, then such happens. Item 43, item 44, item 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51. Those are oversight items of the legislature, which in principle, we have agreed that this talks directly to what committees have been doing out there as an oversight. And in principle, we agreed. As the councillors were debating, I was whispering to the chief whip to say, what has changed in the principle of us not necessarily debating on oversight? You know, it's like a player now taking a position of a spectator, you know, and not really look into the idea that this oversight are actually us. So you're criticizing yourself. This we note in council, but because we are now allowing and agreeing the councillor Christians of the day to change the principle agreed to in council, we end up having to arrive in situations like this in the name of not stifling democracy or debate in council. But the correct precedence is that we note oversight reports. And I would want to suggest, Speaker, with all due respect to all political parties and to the role of the whip, that perhaps we lobby all of us that seeing that we have a whole lot of items to go through, we, in those items I have mentioned, and other items that doesn't necessarily need debate, we read them into record, we note them accordingly as what has been done or happening in council. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Remember, from our yesterday, we got that request and things changed when names were submitted. So we can't suppress people, but we hear you. The chief whip of council and yourself, that's where you engage the different whips from the different political parties. Then you give us that feedback. I saw Councillor Maile. I don't know if you still want to come in.
Thanks very much, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to remind the new chair of chairs that committees of council can never replace council. Thank you very much.
Chief Whip of Council.
No, thanks, Speaker. You see, I get worried at times because I think as the whippery, we do sit and agree on such. But when it comes here, it changes. And it becomes as if we are not doing anything because I think it is given that we do not speak on oversight. We've taken the resolution, but when it comes to council, they change. And I don't know how whips are leading their caucuses. If they do inform their caucuses or they are being defied by their caucuses, we can convene now. Outside, they will agree. When they come here, it changes. So it becomes rather, I don't know, maybe rather useless to even convene the whips because, I don't know, maybe the caucuses are stronger than the whips. I can convene the whip already now. They will gladly accept and say, no, it's true. But when it comes here, they start debating. So if the whips are willing to have a quick meeting, we can meet. And I have to remind them because it's there. Mine is just to remind them that we've got this agreement. What then becomes, because when you come here, I don't know what happens. Maybe Speaker, we can quickly meet with the whips and see if maybe we can then have some sort of an agreement just for the effectiveness of today's sitting. Thank you, Speaker.
I agree with you there, Chief Whip of Council. It will give us 10 minutes also to go for a leg stretch while you meet with the whips of all the different caucuses. Thank you. Everyone will be back at 1:25.
Dumela. Hey, Kea. I'm pronouncing to council that I'm instructed to dump. I'm instructed to dump you. I'm pronouncing to council that I'm being instructed to dump you. In favor of.
Yeah, on record. Yes, yes. Guarantee. Councillors, let's settle down. I see the Chief Whip of Council is back in the chambers. Councillor MMC Mabaso. MMC Mabaso, uwe osenza ukuthi size sifike la, sicela uhlale phansi sizoqhubeka. Chief Whip of Council, can you please get a report back? Councillors, can we switch our mics off so that the Whip of Council can respond?
No, thanks, Speaker. Speaker, we had our caucus, and majority of our whips are agreeing that it has been a norm in this House that we do not speak on oversight. But then the DA and from front seem to have a different view that their caucuses would like to speak. And the whipper is then has a in that how if we take this to a vote and see if maybe we can then agree. Because I think this is a long-standing issue. During the time Councillor Takama as the speaker, it has always been there. I don't know what has changed now. I don't know, but it's this long-standing issue that we don't speak on oversight. So maybe they decide as they go along. But that's what we've discussed as the whips, that maybe let's put on the vote and see what happens in this House. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Whip of Council. I see Councillor Kadama's hand is raised. Councillor, you can come through.
Thank you very much, Speaker, for allowing me to speak on this. Yes, a decision was taken at the time, but remember that the whips are always involved in taking that decision. They come together and they then decide whether these oversight reports would be discussed. But the point is, Madam Speaker, that I really believe that MMCs should look at the oversight reports and respond in a written form, and that would satisfy councillors, because MMCs never respond to the issues raised. And you might find that different departments are involved, whether it's JRA, City Power, or Joburg Water, should be responding to these oversight reports. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. MMC Mabaso.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I will just confine myself on the responses by the MMCs on this report. I'm not going to talk to the established principles that is about to be changed. Speaker, the oversight report, when it gets to council, it gets into council as a committee report. Then after approval by council, it then goes to the department for implementation. So the MMCs cannot respond here. They must respond after the report has been approved by council. I've been in council for too long now to know this, Speaker. And we cannot change it now. Unless they refer us to a rule, into the rule book. It speaks to what Councillor Takama is actually saying. Because it's wrong. This principle that we are establishing now, it's wrong, Speaker.
Thank you, MMC. I would like to go back to what the whip of council was saying. Democratic Alliance and Freedom Front, did your whips agree that we should put this to the House for a vote? I would like to get responses or feedback from the whips, whip of DA and the whip for Freedom Front, who was in attendance with that meeting with the whip of council. Those are the two hands I'm going to acknowledge and recognize. I'll start with Councillor Pu. Dilanga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When we met, I spoke about the history between the multi-party government and the GLU. So that is all correct. That's how we used to do. But unfortunately, the rules are silent on this matter. So if the different caucuses, through their whips, I cannot make a decision on my own. I've got my own little caucus here. The DA's got their caucus. Then we must take the decision of the caucus into a meeting like that. So that's why we say, let's make it official, because it's been an unofficial, unwritten rule. So we put it to the House, and then we see those that are for to debate and those that are against. That's what we agreed upon. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Delange. So you agreed that we should put this to the House for a vote. Councillor Avant Smith.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Look, as the DA, I was quite loud in my dissent to this idea that we should be, and we should be able to speak on this point. A decision was taken by the majority, not all of the whips, to put it to a vote. But we showed our strong dissent on that. Thank you.
So, Councillor Van Smith, you never agreed for a vote. Chief Whip of Council?
Speaker, I think Councillor Smith is too much of a nice guy, and I don't like if he's being bullied. Outside there, we agreed. And all of us, we agreed that let's put it on the vote. And it said that when it comes here, things change. But Speaker, outside there, I think the whip will agree that outside we agreed we are going to put on the vote. So I don't know what has changed. I like the fact that Councillor Takama is agreeing that this is a long-standing issue. And why do we change it now? Because it's been there during his time. And what has changed before then and now? I think, Speaker, maybe to cut it short, the whips are agreeing in their majority that let's put it on the vote and let's see what happens from there. Thank you.
Councillor Christians, you are the last hand before we put this to the vote.
Speaker, no. No, Speaker. Speaker, you spoke about two whips, Speaker. Speaker, my hand was up. Speaker, my hand was up.
It's fine.
I decided to lower my hand because it whips.
No. I'll acknowledge you.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I'd like to speak on two things. The first one is what was raised by MMC Mabaso. MMC Mabaso is correct. There is a established principle that oversight reports are that of a committee and MFT should not be responding because they have, in terms of the rules, a period in which they can respond once that
Councillor
report is
Christians,
done.
I hear you, but at
The
this
second-
point in time, we are speaking about what the chief whip and the whips agreed on.
I'm getting
That
there.
is what we are speaking on
Correct.
right now for a way forward.
Yes, so in terms of the second aspect, we got to refer to rule 12C and D, which allows for freedom of speech and debate in this house. The second thing is, it is reinforced with rule 18.4. The third point I'd like to make, and legal can advise you on this, it is called functus officio. If you look at rule 72A, the whippery is now challenging a decision made by you, which is illegal, and there's a process to follow. Thank you.
Nonkumbi, Councillor Nonkumbi.
Thank you, Speaker. How do you debate an oversight in the House? I mean, because your councillors were there participating. Exactly, the window is broken. You come and debate it, yeah. This thing of you of being in one position for quite some time, it's a problem. Speaker, I think there's a directive from the chief whip. Let's vote. Thank you very much.
Are you ready to count? Councillor Paul, we want to continue. We really want to continue, colleagues. We've wasted 30 minutes on this.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Only 30 seconds. The Oversight Committee also debates the quarterly reports, and we give feedback in council, and we debate those items in council. The same with Oversight report, Oversight visits. The committee do them. They can be debated in council so that our residents and our fellow councillors can know what it is all about. We have to be open to everybody on either quarterly report or oversight visits. Thank you very much.
As advised by the whip of council, can I ask to see all those who are in support of us just noting this report? Councillors, you can drop your hands. All those who want to speak on this item and not note it, please raise your hand. You can drop, councillors. All those abstaining, please raise your hands.
So you're complaining to abstain?
Councillors, you can drop your hands. Okay, councillors, the results are as follows. All those who do not want to participate in these items who abstained is 59. All those in favor of noting these reports is 162. The people or councillors who want to speak on this particular item, it's only 4. So we'll note this as led by the majority of councillors in this House. Chair of Chair.
Speaker, as a matter of interest in these ideas or in these reports that we are discussing about, going forward or next time, let's refer to rule number 129 and 130. Thank you.
Siyabonga, Chair of Chair. Well noted. Councillor Christians.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I rise in terms of Rule 84. The Democratic Alliance would like it recorded that our abstention is based on this is an illegal rule and that Rule 72A has been
Councillor
negated.
Christian, you
Thank
can
you.
sit down. Your whip represented your view as a caucus. Please don't take us back. Councillor Tilange.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, just to make sure we stick to what, can we take this to the Rules Committee? It is your ruling to make sure that we are not doing something illegal that's going to bite us in future, just to make sure that we are in the rules, because the rules are silent. There's a bit of rules here, free speech, but let's just make sure we are doing the right thing. To check yourself, there's nothing wrong to check it. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Councillor Tilange will take them into consideration. Secretary to Council.
Councillors, The oversight reports would start from item 43, which is section 79 Community Development Committee Oversight to rate score, Wildlife Conservation Farm. And item 44 would be the section 79 Community Development Committee staff, state of readiness of swimming pools. Also read together with item 45, which is section 79, Environment and Infrastructure Services Committee Oversight Visit to Kaya Sands Landfill site on the 1st of October 2024. Also read together with item 46, and that's section 79, Environment and Infrastructure Services Committee Oversight Visit to Zandspruit Informal Settlement toilets on the 1st of October 2024. Also read with item 47, which is section 79, Environment and Infrastructure Services Committee Oversight to Hurst Hill Reservoirs on the 16th of October 2024. Also read with item 48, which is an oversight visit report of the section 79 Finance Committee to Smith Street and Main Reef Stores on the 22nd of October 2024. Also read with item 49, which is the oversight visit to phase 1CA of Alexandra Depot by Transport Section 79 Committee on the 2nd of September 2024. Also read with item 50, which is an oversight visit to phase 1CA Selby Depot by Transport Section 79 Committee on the 2nd of September. And lastly, read with item 51, and that's the section 79 Petition Standing Committee Oversight Visit to Soweto on the 19th of August 2024.
Councillors, the recommendations are on page 43.3. Page 44.4, page 45.6, page 46.8, page 47.9, pages 48.7 to 48.9, pages 49.5 to 49.6, pages 50.6, and the last page is 51.3. Are these items agreed to? It's 2 o'clock. All right, councillors. Before we break for lunch, Councillor Christian, that's the only hand I'm going to recognize before we break for lunch.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, in terms of Rule 84, the Democratic Alliance would like to note its dissent on the process that's been followed for the items just read out, because we've been denied our right to freedom of speech. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Christian. It's a good thing your whip was in that meeting with the rest of the whips represented in this chambers. Councillors, we can go to lunch. Please be back at 14:45. So you've got 45 minutes. Councillors, let's settle down so we can continue with our council sitting.
Welcome back, councillors. We resume on item 52, and that is public participation processes conducted on the amendments of the public roads and public transport bylaws.
We'll start with the first speaker, member in charge, Councillor Mthembu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Executive Mayor, in his absentia, MMCs, Whip of Council in his absentia too, Chair of Chairs, Chairperson of Section 79 committees, including the newly elected chairpersons, fellow councillors, and the residents of Johannesburg. I greet you all. Madam Speaker, I rise to table item number 52. Public participation process is conducted on the amendment of the public roads and public transport bylaws. Thank you so much.
Thank you, member in charge, Councillor Mthembu. Action SA, Councillor Atterbury.
Honorable Madam Speaker, esteemed members of this House, precious residents of the city, allow me to congratulate our Transport Section 79 chairperson and everyone involved. It has been a long process of nearly 10 months, but finally we can bring the bylaw amendments to council. Action SA believes in good governance and the rule of law. We further believe that laws should be fresh and relevant to the times we live in. Action SA therefore welcomes and approves the amendments of the public road and public transport bylaws according to the recommendations.
Thank you, Councillor Atterbury. DA, Councillor Mayers.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as the Democratic Alliance, we do support this bylaw. It's a very good bylaw. And all we are also calling on is that the JMPD are appraised of this bylaw in terms of the legislation and in terms of making it effective and ensuring that it is adhered to. But we are in support of the bylaw. It is a good bylaw. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Mayers. EFF, Councillor Lishilo.
Thank you, Speaker. Okay, revolutionary greeting to our caucus leaders, Petlelo Wagaras Rute, EFF caucus, Chief Whip Tabisawa Mohapi, EFF 2 capable MMCs, 29 battalions of the Red Sea, and the residents of City of Johannesburg. Speaker, as a representative of residents of Johannesburg, we table these responses to note the report of the Public Roads and Public Transport Bylaw with proposed amendment from Section 79 Oversight Committees. We acknowledge that the Section 79 Committee exercises its oversight responsibilities with diligence, ensuring that the proposed bylaw address by key concerns raised by our communities regarding the safety and public roads and transport system in our city. The amendment put forward reflects a clear intention to enhance service delivery and promote equitable access to transport services, particularly underserved areas. We note the report with diligence and interest of the residents of Johannesburg are served. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. ANC, Councillor Mthembu.
Thank you, Speaker.
and all protocols observed, I rise to speak on item 52, public participation processes conducted on the amendment of public roads and public transport bylaws. Let me first take this opportunity to appreciate.
Councillor,
Pardon?
there is a mic.
Okay,
Thank
sorry
you.
about that. Let me first take this opportunity to appreciate the giants who sacrificed their lives during the liberation struggle, because if it wasn't for their cause to fight for humanity for all, I doubt I would be privileged to represent the residents of Ward 47 in the council, nor have taken part in the public participation hosted by the Transport Section 79 Committee. Amending the City of Johannesburg Public Roads and Transport Bylaws is important for several reasons, not limited to the following: improved road safety, public transport efficiency, environmental sustainability, urban development, regulation of new technology, addressing challenges from population growth, compliance with national standards. Bylaws amendments lead to an efficient, safer, and sustainable transport system, thus ultimately improve the quality of life for residents and visitors in the City of Gold. We held a number of public participation sessions. However, in most of these sessions, we identified a gap in civic education, as attendees struggle to differentiate between service delivery issues and the public participation process for bylaws. It is our humble request to the Speaker's Office to embark on civic education drives around the city, so that when we can have meaningful and informed engagements with our residents during these public participation processes, so that they can also exercise their democratic rights towards working together with the city to achieve the primary strategic goals of the City of Johannesburg. Albie Sachs, in his book, Oliver Tambo's Dream, was asked a question by Naledi Molewa on SAFM. If Oliver Tambo were alive today, walking around South Africa, would he be pleased with what he saw? His response was, I quote, "I don't claim to be a spokesperson for Oliver Tambo, but I will say that his contribution lives on, not only in the name of the airport, but in the text of the Constitution and the spirit of constitutional integrity that is keeping hope alive in the country today. We have a lively press. We know about so many things that are going on. The fact that you, on a public broadcaster, can even ask me this question is a sign of how open our society is. South Africans speak their minds. We have strong civil society and strong debates. I think Oliver Tambo would have been thrilled by this. As the ANC, we will always be grateful to our four leaders for their involvement in the public participation process that stems from the commitment to democratic governance and the role they played in shaping policy since the end of apartheid in 1994. The ANC supports the report with its recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I see Kunene is not in the chamber. Is the MMC that's going to be speaking on his behalf? Just in time, MMC Kunene. Councillor Mtlari? Councillor Mtlari, your mic is still on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. My apologies. You know, when we come from lunch, we become slow. Madam Speaker, the objectives of public road bylaw is to ensure the roads infrastructure promote a safe and clean environment for pedestrians, cyclists, and motorists. Is to advise on those activities that are not permissible within the public roads reserve. to ensure any work done in the road reserve has been duly authorized through the waylift permission processes of the city, to ensure that no person deface, tamper, remove, or in any way interfere with any of the council's property or work on or along any public road, to designate and regulate parking bays on public roads and in and off-street parking areas. In summary, the draft public road bylaw is aimed at strengthening the regulation and enforcement of public road activities by developing a culture of respecting the city's roads infrastructure. Madam Speaker, together we can accelerate change and service delivery. I therefore request Council to note and approve these bylaws. Salute. Ek Baizani, J Baizani, Ons Baizani.
Thank you, MMC. Member in charge, Councillor Ndlela.
Thank you again, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank all the councillors who participated in these processes from July until August. So I request the council to approve the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ndlela. The recommendations are on page 52.7. It's the item agreed to. Thank you, councillors.
We are now on item 53, and those are terms of reference for Section 79 Finance Committee.
Member in charge, Councillor Edward.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Greetings to you, Madam Speaker. Greetings to the Honorable Mayor, the residents of Johannesburg, and all councillors. It is with great responsibility, Madam Speaker, that I rise before you today to table the terms of reference for the Finance Committee. The committee's mandate is clear, Madam Speaker. Our mandate is to oversee performance, to monitor service delivery, and to evaluate the outputs of the executive. This requires meticulous analysis of departments' reports against business plans, prior performance, to ensure that the city's resources are used effectively for the benefit of all our residents. Honorable Speaker, effective oversight is the cornerstone of what we do as the department, as the Oversight Committee. It is only through honest reflection on our challenges and shared commitment to improvement that we can truly serve our residents of the city of Johannesburg. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I rise today to table item 53, which is the terms of reference for Section 79 Finance Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, member in charge, Councillor Edward. Action essay, Councillor Mulete. Councillor Edward, please. Thank you.
Greetings, Speaker, fellow councillors, residents of City of Johannesburg. I rise on item 53, terms of reference, Section 79 Finance Committee. As Action essay, we note the Cllr with appreciation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Molefe. EFF, Councillor Mgas.
Thank you very much, Speaker. As the economic freedom fighters, we approve the amended terms of reference of Section 79 Finance. I thank you.
Siyabonga, Councillor. ANC, Councillor Mate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's Councillor Khatebe again. As the African National Congress, we note the terms of reference. I think on the Section 79 Committee, we had thorough deliberations on them, and we note the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Khatebe. Freedom Front Plus, Councillor Booth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've been covered by the member in charge and we support this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Booth. Member in charge, Councillor Edward.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank the committee members for supporting this item. I therefore recommend that this council notes this item with its recommendations, if any. And Madam Speaker, what is outlined in our terms of reference in this report that we've presented is that as a committee, we work towards ensuring that the City of Johannesburg is accountable, it's efficient in its work, and it's responsive to the needs of our people in the City of Johannesburg. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Edward. The recommendation is on page 53.2. Is the item agreed to? Thank you, Councillors.
Councillors, item 54 is a policy on the administrative support services and tools of trade for councillors.
First speaker from the DA, Councillor Avant Smith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise on item 54, the policy on the administrative support services and tools of trade for councillors. To quote Robbie Burns, the best laid plans of mice and men often go awry, and that is the danger of this policy. Whilst it covers all the bases and does lay out the policy outlining the tools of trade as to what, as councillors, we can reasonably expect the support services to provide us with in order to do our jobs, as I have said, plans can go awry. My contention is that we can be provided with all the necessary tools of trade and support services. However, one of our primary functions, oversight, is severely lacking. And for this, I need to put the onus on the executive. Oversight in the legislature's role is defined in the policy as offering human resources in the form of committee coordinators and researchers to support the chairpersons for effective and efficient functioning of council and committees. Offering administrative support services needed for the effective functioning of council and committees, and budgeting and budget management for all oversight work undertaken by council and committees, which for the main part is done, and the officials in the various Section 79 committees do this. The fundamental problem to my mind is that there's a lack of communication in the legislature, and this allows for the lack of oversight and non-accountability to flourish. Committees often work in silos, and as a result, comprehensive oversight and a unified approach to this does not happen, resulting in a lack of accountability in the city. My concern is there a plan to reinvigorate oversight, and what is it? Does this potential plan include a strategy to engage the executive in order to ensure there is accountability from it? I also question how often does the administrative executive management meet with staff to explain what is expected from them, and does the Speaker's office get feedback from these meetings? And finally, is the city manager having his instructions respected in the legislature in terms of management compliance with instructions, regulations, and legislation? We have seen that what the lack of oversight and accountability has resulted in, with ongoing service delivery issues, entity boards that are wholly ill-equipped to turn those entities around, and demoralized and badly managed city employees who are not supported in their work. Whilst this policy is a comprehensive one, and it only goes part way to provide councillors with tools to properly fulfill their mandate, and a serious review of oversight is conducted in the city is urgently needed. With that, the Democratic Alliance notes this item. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Avant Smith. EFF, Councillor Nkosi.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings, Speaker. Greetings to our caucus leader, Spetlele Rasuti, our Chief Whip, Tabisa Muhapi, the city manager, the staff, the security, the cleaners, and the public at large. Speaker, we want the imminent arrest of the evil president called Netanyahu, who is practicing genocide in Palestine. Even before the 7th of October, that regime killed and maimed many people. And when people try to resist against them, people like Yasser Arafat and Abu Nidal, they call them terrorists. Here in South Africa, Mandela was also trying to fight for his freedom, for his right. He was called a terrorist. If we are to denounce apartheid here in South Africa, we need to denounce apartheid in Palestine. If we are to denounce the Holocaust, the genocide from Hitler, then we should also denounce the genocide in Palestine. So we cannot be selective about who's who in the zoo. We need to denounce evil. So that Israel regime is an evil empire that actually is hypocritical and talks about the 7th of October. They are not even talking about before. Their president, Perez, Sharon, and all of those, they also need to be arrested. Speaker, as EFF, we note the item. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nkosi. ACDP, Councillor Nkonza.
Yes, shalom, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much for the time that you've given to us to speak. It looks like there's many meetings here, Speaker. Can I be protected?
You are protected,
Thank you.
Councillor Nkonza.
Thank you. If I'm protected, thank you very much. Let me first clarify the divisive comment my friend and Nobuhle, Councillor Zigebe. I was not referring to you. The ACDP was not referring to you.
Councillor,
It is
through me.
Yes, through you.
directly
Sorry, through you,
to
Speaker.
our other
Apologies, through you, Speaker. It was not directed to Councillor Zigebe, sorry. Congratulations to you and Councillor Ahmad. However, we said we are not going to support Councillor Ahmad for his divisive and intolerant behavior, only on Councillor. Just to clarify that one, Nobuhle. Thank you very much. And also, just to quickly, just as a side, Omar al-Bashir, who murdered a lot of Africans, was not arrested in South Africa. So are we selective in our approach? And I can mention a few. Our neighbors, Mozambique, Sudan, people are slaughtered. We are saying nothing. So anyway, Councillor, we are happy about this policy, and we, especially the recovery of debt section. However, we need to raise the cosmetic question on this document and others in general. To others, it may be an easy issue because cosmetics are everything. When you write a document, you must write it professionally. So the table of contents correctly writes the titles, but the headings are left hanging without numbering. If we do not follow basic writing and drafting of document skills, then how do we expect our residents to take us serious? We therefore propose that this document be properly drafted and written. And under the provision of tools, page 19, there is a spelling error there under compliance with. H is missing, it's written W-I-T. H is missing. There are no acronyms in this
20
document.
seconds remaining.
There are no acronyms in this. For some of us, we may know what does JRAS mean. But to somebody like our student councillor, they may not know what this means. So please, may this be drafted properly. I thank you, Speaker. God bless you all.
Thank you, Councillor Nkonza. ANC Councillor Dam.
Thank you, Speaker. Our Mayor in his absentia. Greetings to the Chief Whip, Councillor Zungu, Chair of Chairs, Councillor Marema, MMCs and chairpersons of the Section 79 committees. Madam Speaker, I would like to start by appreciating the legislature for putting together this policy, which in the main is about the support and the tools of trade that our councillors should get from the administration. I would like to express appreciation to the Rules Committee members for the robust debate inputs provided during numerous deliberations on the policy. And those inputs assisted in trimming the policy to align with the need of councillors. Hope that upon approval by council, the policy is implemented and councillors receive the support that they so need. And as ANC, we support the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dami. Chair of Chair, Councillor Marem.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I rise to commend a work or a job well done by the committee in relation to this policy. I am only hoping that the very energy and level at which, and through you, Speaker, Councillor Mkonza reads the Bible, he will also invest the same energy in reading agendas of council, in particular, a policy of this nature. And I want to stand to say, council, it's long overdue. Let's approve this policy so that those councillors that are sitting in benches in their offices can at least finally get the chairs, and those councillors that don't have offices to operate at least they get the tools of trade accordingly. And I also want to appreciate that the policy doesn't only speak about what councillors, it also speaks about PR councillors to that effect and their role and the role which they need to discharge in the respect where they are deployed into. So I want to encourage, while I ask council to approve this policy, I also want to, through you, Speaker, implore Councillor Mkonza to balance reading policies and reading the Bible. Thank you.
Hey, Chair of Chair. We are still on the recommendation. The recommendation is on page 54.2, is the item agreed to. Thank you, councillors.
We are now on item 55, and that is the request to rescind the civic funeral policy.
We'll start with Councillor Hugh from the Democratic Alliance.
Madam Speaker, all protocol observed. I rise on behalf of the Democratic Alliance to support the rescinding of the civic funeral policy for the City of Johannesburg in its current form. This policy, as it stands, is in clear contravention of the MFMA and consequently the Constitution, rendering it unlawful and untenable. The MFMA strictly requires that municipal resources be used responsibly and in compliance with national legislation. Unfortunately, this policy fails those requirements, exposing the city to financial mismanagement. Additionally, as public representatives, we are constitutionally obligated to uphold the rule of law. Allowing this policy to continue undermines that responsibility and our commitment to lawful, transparent governance. We as the Democratic Alliance acknowledge the need to honor individuals who have served their communities, but such recognition must be grounded in a legally compliant framework. While we support exploring an alternative civic funeral policy, any new framework must strictly adhere to the provisions of the MFMA, the Public Office Bearers Act, and the Constitution. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I affirm our commitment to responsible governance and fiscal accountability. Rescinding this policy sends a clear message that we stand for legality, integrity, and the responsible management of public resources. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hugh. EFF, Councillor Nkosi.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to our caucus leader as well as Chief Whip and all the 29 battalions. A special greeting to our fighter KK there at the bottom. Speaker, I think we need to put context into what is this policy, or how this policy came about, because I thought it was going to be on the report, and I thought today we're going to withdraw and put it into context. So in 2002 and 2010, respectively, this policy came into effect. However, with the introduction of MFMA and all of those things, so council sought an opinion from a senior council. The senior council came to say, according to the MFMA, this policy is illegal. So we need to make people understand why are we saying that is illegal. We came into the, into the committee. I mean, the opinion was sought in 2018. Now it's 6 years later, and God forbid, if we have to now have another funeral within the city, we'll be acting illegal. So now, I'm asking that on the report, there should be an additional item on the recommendation that says that, yes, let's rescind the policy, let us review the policy. However, we need to also put timelines. And I think, in the committee itself, one of the officials, when I pressed for that matter, they said somewhere around February. So I think when we discuss these issues at the committee, we need to be also taken into serious that timelines are also very important. So we approve the rescinding of the policy. We are saying let us review it, but additionally, let us have the timelines. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Nkosi. ANC, Councillor Mokweni.
Thanks, Speaker. Greetings to everybody, and let me say, protocol observed. Speaker, you know, one thing that I'll indicate in line with this policy, up until somebody becomes a ward councillor and he start understanding, just because of rescinding this policy, when in the committee we have requested around August to say, before we rescind this policy, let us have an alternative, and also let us do the benchmarking with other regions. And of now, Speaker, today we are sitting with councillors, whenever, even when councillor goes out late, their safety is not yet guaranteed. They don't know as whether they're going to arrive home safe or not. But in case of today, in this council, one councillor had to die. What is there that we are going to do as this city? And you look at issue of upper limit, Speaker. Surely something has to happen. When if national...
Please hold on, Councillor. Councillor Mohapi and your councillors. Let's respect the councillor on the floor. You can continue, Councillor Mokwe.
Thanks, Speaker. You look at, based on issue of upper limit, you know, maybe let me put it roughly, Speaker. I don't value to be called a councillor, rather be called a doormat. Just because of one feels that, including even officials, they are not doing justice to these councillors. Not long, we have passed a motion that was brought by IFP that says councillors should go to school for a period of 5 years. And we know for the fact that that motion is not going to see the light of the day based on 167 clause. So, Speaker, Councillor Nkosi indicated one thing, the timeline. Probably on those recommendations, I'll support him to say, let us also put the timeline. Just because of we should not be gambling with the lives of other people. When our predecessors and the forebears, they've made this policy, when they've made a true analysis, yes, of course, according to MFA, it is not in line with laws. But I also want to bring something. Why in the province they have funeral cover, national they have funeral cover, people that are dealing with hardcore, the cold face of service delivery, they are not considered. So let us respect poor councillors. Just because of no one sees value on them. We are just seeing people that are same as horses. They rather go out there. Also, Speaker, also the same councillors that are faced with problem in their wards, they are also doing public participation on behalf of your office. So let us rescind it, but also put a recommendation to say, let us be given the time frame. And we are urging to officials, particularly legal. The legal department has to assist us here. And the worst part, even benchmarking was not done. I mean, to do benchmarking with City of Tshwane, City of Ekurhuleni, surely those documents could have been sent to officials, and a document could have been drafted so that when we receive this document, we have another document that replaces it. So we are saying then, councillors, you are valueless. You don't worth anything. Respect, let the council respect those that are dead, and they should not respect me. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Mokoena. Council. I'd like to call the chair of chair, Councillor Marem. It's a tough one.
Yeah, Speaker, I am kind of between a hard place and a hard rock. And I say this because issues of a funeral are very emotional. And I'm standing here, in fact, you know, there is this regulation that came out to say that if a councillor or council takes wrong decision or that which is against the law, you can be charged directly. And a policy like this is sitting with us, Speaker, in the legislature. And ourselves are privy to MFMA section 162, Schedule B, Part 4 and Part 5, which then says that councillors are not supposed to benefit in terms of bursary, in terms of monies, and it's a law. Now, and I'm saying it's emotional because after this council, if a councillor dies, it's an emotive matter. But then how do you strike a balance between an emotive matter and the law? The law does not really apply emotions. The law brings in statutes and legislations that are there. But we are people. We come from different cultures, Speaker. A culture that would want to say that when one of our own, it's no more. It would be a right thing, it would be a moral thing that the city of Johannesburg do support that particular person. Morally, it's right, it's just. But legally, it's wrong. Now I'm standing in front of councillors and I'm talking about their lives when they are no more, which is an emotional issue. But I am happy that the committee didn't just say, let's rescind this policy because it's illegal. They didn't say that. Sorry, they didn't only say that. If you read into the policy, they are actually saying that through you, Speaker, STC or administration at a legislative level, bring in a remedy to that effect that will then bridge the gap now before, if you see the recommendation 2 talks about council must then bring in a policy that is in line with the regulations or the law. But in the main, I think what then we need to do, because the legislature is, it's under yourself, Speaker, what we then need to do immediately to also respond to the question of the councillor from the EFF, in the main is to make sure that councillors, and how we're going to communicate it, and I'm sure we will seek guidance from yourselves. I don't think that it will even hurt. Councillor Rapport, you were correct to say perhaps what the councillor from EFF were supposed to have said was that perhaps let's get some sense of a additional to the recommendations that are there. Put in a clause in the recommendation that protects councillors from immediately after we have rescinded this policy, so that you don't leave the lives of councillors vulnerable. And I say this because there is this issue in our townships of spaza shops. You don't know who is going to be a target tomorrow. Not only spaza shops. We have seen so many issues, and I can see when I'm speaking about this item, councillors from the DA, I can see they're busy caucusing because, and I understand them. Some and majority of them can't even hold what meetings, public meetings. Sometimes not because they don't want to hold public meetings, but because they're scared. The environment of having these public meetings, sometimes they get to be intimidated, harassed, pushed back. What if one day it doesn't get to be only an intimidation? One loses his life. Now, like I said, Speaker, as I conclude, that we are now stuck between an emotional issue and a legal issue. The law says this, but we as the people, this is how we feel. So, and I'm saying this to councillors just to allay their fears that, and if legal can agree with us, perhaps for a 5 minutes break there, wherein we can then sneak in a recommendation in this report that protects councillors just now. But if not, then it means that in the next council meeting, we need to then bring in a remedial action to that effect so that at least our councillors are protected. I thank you, Speaker.
Chair, I'll grant you that 5 minutes. We'll come back at 15:46.
Speaker, it's for caucuses to consider what I have put down, and while also legal is advising on that, because we can't leave council not knowing that councillors are covered or not. And it would be very dangerous and reckless, but we need to be law-abiding citizens. Thank you.
Okay, Chair, I'm being advised by legal that this is something Mam Shelin has to look at, not them. But I'll just caucus with the Secretary to Council. Chair.
Arriba.
Chair of Chair, please give feedback.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. I see there's still.
Councillors, please settle down.
Proceed, Speaker.
You can proceed, Chair of Chair.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. In principle, you don't argue the law. When the law says don't steal, you don't steal. That is a principle that I felt intimidated a bit, Councillor Christians, but it's fine. The rescinding of the report should happen and should happen today, because that would be in line with what the law says. Maybe I think it is quite important to also give this clarity that, you see, even where upper limits talks about cell phones allowance, your data, it is actually the money that you as a councillor pay for it. And in that principle, and I know the reason why we are rescinding it is precisely because of Section 162. It talks about the money that goes to a councillor. Now, we are going to, and like I said, it's an emotive matter, but it is for caucuses to go back and say, councillors must start sponsoring their funeral policies, which is very important and hard to tell, hard to say it. Very difficult because it's the truth. And somehow, legislature has to come in council and say, this document is illegal, let's rescind it. But in the content of the report, I appreciate the fact that all the emotive issues that I have raised, they have not been left out, they are there. So if you go and read the entire report, you will realize that recommendation 2 says that the council or the committee must go back, find a way that does not break the law to respond to the problem. So I am quite happy and satisfied with the fact that it is not just about rescinding. It also say remedy or find a mitigation that is not against the law. Thank you very much, Speaker. I ask council to rescind the policy.
Thank you, Chair of Chair. Councillors, the recommendations are on page 55.3. Is the item agreed to? Thank you, councillors.
Councillors, we are on item 56, and that is the performance assessment report for the Group Finance Department for the 2023-24 financial year for the period April to June 2024. Read together with item 57, which is the performance assessment report for the Group Information Communication Technology Department for the 2023-24 financial year for the period April to June 2024. And the above items are read together with item 58, which is an oversight report of the Section 79 Finance Committee on the 2023-24 fourth quarter performance assessment report of the Group Finance Department and Group Information Communication Technology Department for the period April to June 2024.
Thank you, Secretary to Council. Member in charge, Councillor Edward.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and greetings to you once again. I rise before you, Madam Speaker, to table the oversight reports for Section 79 Finance Committee on the 2023-2024 fourth quarter performance assessment reports of the Group Finance Department and Group Information Communication Technology Department for the period of April to June 2024, which are items 56, 57, and 58. Madam Speaker, the work of the Finance Committee is guided by the strategic vision of establishing a responsive and accountable, efficient, and productive government that upholds good governance and ensures sustainable service delivery. This report, Madam Speaker, reflects our commitment to these principles by addressing key performance challenges and proposing actionable recommendations to enhance service delivery, transparency, and accountability. Honorable Speaker, effective oversight is the cornerstone of good governance. It is only through honest reflections on our challenges and a shared commitment to truly serve our residents. The Finance Committee remains committed to working closely with the various departments to address the gaps. How I commend good work, Madam Speaker. Our auditors at the COJ office in Main Reef Stores, we commend them for their exceptional implementation of our policies and sound financial management practices. It is important to celebrate and acknowledge these pockets of excellence within our city. Madam Speaker, we will continue to monitor progress in order to improve our financial performance and empower businesses, especially small businesses. Hashtag Spaza for Locals. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Edward. ACTP, Councillor Mkonza.
Yes. Thank you very much, Speaker. Madam Speaker, for the fact that Section 79 Finance can take back reports, the committee reads the reports. And we can pick up, copy and paste, we can pick up things that are wrong and we send them back. And we must appreciate that these departments, finance and group GICT, they are doing a great job. They're writing reports correct. So now I heard that they say I must balance and reading. I read a lot. So we read a lot, and that's why we can pick up these things. Madam Speaker, we note this report. We welcome the improvement in revenue collection in Q4 compared to Q3 by 9.5%. noting the negative variance of 0.6% for the year-to-date actual revenue build. We therefore approve this report. And lastly, Madam Speaker, in terms of selective arrest of people in Marikana were killed, but we don't have arrests. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Nkonza. DA, Councillor Santana.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to speak on item 56, the performance assessment report for Group Finance Department for the 2023-2024 financial year for the period April to June. Madam Speaker, the current ANC, EFF, Action SA, PA government and in its administration continue to frustrate councillors in bringing delayed reports to this council for deliberation. Madam Speaker, in terms of the Municipal Finance Management Act, Section 52, subsection D, the mayor of the municipality must, within 30 days of the end of each quarter, submit a report to council on the implementation of the budget and the financial state of affairs of the municipality. That's 30 days after each quarter, specifically for finance reports. So if we apply the above Section 52D of the MMFA to the performance assessment report currently before us, we get 31 days for July, 31 days for August, 30 days for September, 31 days for October, 27 days for November. That equates to 150 days, less than 30 days required by the law that it comes to council. This report is 120 days late. So my first question to council, through you, Madam Speaker, to the Mayor and the Ministry of Finance, is what remedial action do we have against the Mayor and by extension the Ministry of Finance for this violation? Second question to this council, through you, Speaker, to the Mayor and the Ministry of Finance, is where is our first quarter report for Group Finance for the 2024-2025 financial year for the period ended July to September 2024, and by extension our 71
seconds remaining.
Monthly reports? And how do we need, and then obviously to you, Madam Speaker, directly to you, as you are the custodian of the legislative arm, and through your acceptance speech as the Speaker of Council, you said you were going to hold the executive to account. When are you going to do this? And when can we expect our reports timelessly? Therefore, as a result of the belated reports, we are continuously being embarrassed by other spheres of government, commenting on the financial state of affairs of the, and whilst this council is less ignorant. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Santana. Freedom Front Plus, Councillor Pooh.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Welcome all councillors. This is my last speech for the year, and it's not a great note to end the year. I raise on item number 56, fourth quarter group finance report. The city's finances are in much more of a dire strait than we can even imagine. We closed the year off with a loss of 591 million. After capital transfers, at least there was a surplus of 1.4 billion. But our capex commitment was over 6.9 billion, of which was 2.5 billion to be funded by loans and 1.2 billion by cash. If you make it 1.4 billion in surplus, we got theoretically 1.2 billion available to spend onto capex expenditure, but we also incurred a loan of 2.5 billion. We can only repay loans from surpluses, and those surpluses weren't there. If it wasn't for the suspension of load shedding in March of this year, I would not be surprised that we would not have been here today. The city would probably be under administration. So we've got lots and lots of work to do. And Madam Speaker, the one serious solution is our city is in a state of moral decay. We've got a moral crisis in our city. We are not adhering to laws and we're not adhering to bylaws. And this started with us. The city itself does not impose bylaws. By imposing fines for election board that 5 months after the election are still on the polls, by imposing bylaws of illegal dumping, by imposing bylaws of charging deposits on municipal accounts that could bring us in at least 2 billion rand. We're not imposing our own bylaws. The residents are bypassing meters. They are stealing our water. They are stealing our electricity. They are tampering with the prepaid boxes, and there is no consequences. Now, poor law-abiding citizens, they are getting burdened every year more and more to pay for the people that do not pay. This is a situation that cannot last forever. We have to start being moral in our way of living, and in my terms, moral means biblical rules. We have to turn back to God. We have to adhere to the laws of God. And I appreciate what the MMC had said this morning about the third commandment, but we also have to read the fifth commandment, the sixth commandment, all the commandments of the Lord. We have to turn back and become law-abiding citizen and law-enforcing government. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Wu. DA, Councillor Sudabe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. All protocol observed. I rise to speak on item 57, Quarter 4 report for GICT for 2023-24. It remains a puzzle that this department changes but expects different results. Or does it? The department closed the year on a mediocre achievement of 75%, which is an improvement on the previous year-end close. There are, however, only 8 KPIs. IT needs a management that is serious about creating an innovative environment in order to hit the high 90s that our residents deserve. Of the 2 KPIs not achieved, possibly the most important project for the whole of the city, the MSCOA project KPI, has again, still, 10 years since inception, not been achieved. The crucial Section 71 reports required to make sound financial decisions for the city are chronically late as a direct result of this project not having yet been implemented. The SAP stabilization project, 9 years in process, is also still barely limping along. Madam Speaker, we must not allow ourselves to be hoodwinked. Any credible software project manager would get both delivery dates right by factoring in scope creep, resistance to change, and other moving targets that are indeed endemic to software projects. This constant delay begs the question, why does it seem that the city does not want these projects to succeed? Why have successive city managers not made successful completion of these projects their priority? Who stands to benefit from their constant delays? Certainly not the residents of Johannesburg, who continue to suffer due to undelivered IDP promises and incorrect billing. It's pointless requesting a delivery date from the MMC, as the GIC department has become adept at obfuscation, thereby deflecting all attempts at real oversight. We are forced now to do something completely different to somehow get a different result. Madam Speaker, could we possibly beg the mayor then to ensure that the timely citywide success of the MSCOA and the SAP stabilization projects be included in the city manager's scorecard? The DA notes this report. I thank you.
Councillor, UTN, Councillor Zikere.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I rise on behalf of the UDM and MGP on item 56, 57, 58. We note these reports. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Action SA, Councillor Nkunyi.
Greetings, Madam Speaker. All protocols observed. Madam Speaker, I rise to speak on item 56 and 57. Yesterday, the MMC of Human Settlements mentioned that the late payment of invoices is due to cash flow challenges. This is indicative of the dismal financial situation the city is in. At the end of the previous financial year, City Power was in the minus by 11 billion rand. Other underperforming entities were JDA, Joshco, Metrobus, Propcon, and MTC. I mention these entities because they are liability to the city. They are performing badly with a combined deficit of roughly 2.6 billion. Maybe we need to look at dissolving them all together or merging them with departments. It is for this reason that institutional reform is needed. Although the revenue collection rate was at 89.5% against a target of 88.4%, we do believe that we can do much better as long as we are encouraging a culture of payment amongst our residents and crack down on the illegal bridging of water and electric meters. Our revenue cash collection was at 86.7% against a target of 88.4%. While this may seem good, we as Action SA Finance Committee have conducted oversight on revenue centers in Region D, G, and A. Our findings are that these revenue centers are plagued with man-made problems. 71.4% of departmental KPIs were achieved. The biggest concern is the underperformance of the property branch. As previously mentioned, Joshco and Propcom are liabilities, and perhaps we need to look at the gentrification of the city so that we're able to attract investments and convert areas like Hillbrook area and Yeovil into cash-generating precincts. Under Action SA, we will make sure that we reclaim these buildings and make them profitable. It is concerning to note that GICT achieved 6 out of 8 of their performance indicators, and one of those under indicators was MSCOA. It is important that we implement the system, but it seems like there is no appetite to do so for reasons unknown to me. As Action SA, we will continue to advocate for the conclusion
30 seconds
and
remaining.
implementation of MSCOA. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you, Councillor Nkonyeni. DA, Councillor Peterson.
Thank you, Speaker. Honourable Speaker, members of the Council and esteemed colleagues, I stand before you today to present the Performance Assessment Report for Group Finance Department for the fourth quarter of 2023-2024 financial year, specifically covering April to June 2024. This report is crucial as it reflects the progress made against our planned activities and highlights both our achievements and challenges within that period. Our objective has been clear: to ensure robust and transparent financial management that supports our city's vision and service delivery mandates. In our review, one significant area of concern has emerged. Our supply chain management's key performance indicators, despite overall progress, the number of KPIs for supply chain management remains conspicuously low. When I say low, it barely gets out the starting gate. Group finance is measuring one metric, being the indicator average days from the point of advertising to the letter of award per 80/20 procurement process. This shortfall is particularly troubling when we consider the recommendations set forth by National Treasury Circular 88. Circular 88 emphasizes the necessity for comprehensive and well-defined KPIs to ensure effective monitoring and evaluation of supply chain management processes. The current inadequacy in our KPIs for supply chain management not only falls short of these recommendations, but also hampers our ability to ensure accountability and transparency in our procurement processes. The implications of this gap are far-reaching. Without a robust set of KPIs, we lack the critical tools needed to measure performance accurately, identify inefficiencies, and implement necessary improvements. This deficiency undermines our efforts to achieve financial sustainability and good governance, both of which are fundamental to our city's strategic objectives. Councillors have made impassioned speeches on how the scorecards of their profiles are improving under the GLU. When group corporate and shared services boasts about 88.89%, it's time to look at the details on what is indeed being measured, as the outcomes are not as distinct as the distinctions being boasted about here. I believe our residents will agree that there is little to celebrate. We are not in the business of giving participation awards. Consequence management requires consequences.
30 seconds
It was
remaining.
mentioned yesterday that we must follow Johannesburg Twitter accounts. It's sad as the comments of COJ posts reveals uncomfortable truths about the reality on the ground. Truths that a self-awarded 88.89% are desperate to hide. It saddens me because I love Johannesburg and I call it home. It saddens me mental while executive play with their scorecards. It must also be noticed that this report shows that not all the KPIs are being measured and the percentages are not only being calculated on the measured indicators. It is therefore incumbent upon us to address this issue with urgency. We must enhance our supply chain management KPIs in line with the National Treasury's
Councillor
guidelines to
Peterson,
ensure that
your
our
time
supply
is up.
chain processes are not only efficient, but are transparent and accountable. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Peterson. Action essay, Councillor Molefe.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to speak on item 58. As Action SA, we note the report with concerns. The annual reporting stage is critical as it's meant to enable public representatives to understand the extent of resources utilized for the realization of the departmental outputs and to better their efficiency and effectiveness. Transparency and due diligence should never be compromised nor taken for granted by officials. Without full transparency, professionally detailed reports, we cannot follow the money, we cannot scrutinize the city's entities' performances, and we cannot enforce accountability where required. Our key focus to improve the overall city performance planning and financial controls of the departments is a day-to-day order of the day that should be owned by both officials and public representatives of the city of Johannesburg. If we are indeed to build a city with objectives of being responsive, accountable, efficient, and productive. The financial stability of any municipality depends on the effectiveness of its revenue collection. It is worrisome how the city would expect to meet its annual target when majority of the revenue centers across the city do not inspire residents to pay their utilities through a seamless process with high performance. Common challenge across the centers is the low foot traffic, which reflects the limited scope of services provided. As a party that believes in governance, we are appreciative that the city is striving to address revenue challenges. Services must be provided, services must be paid for. However, we can do more to improve the residents' attitude towards paying rates. Let's do away with overbilling, discrepancies between billed amounts and actual usage, and delays in the processing of payments. These issues contribute to confusion and frustrations to residents, resulting in poor payment compliance. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Molefe. EFF, Councillor Mthembu.
Thank you, Speaker. As the EFF, we note the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. ANC, Councillor Mutu. Councillor Khatebe.
Yeah, Councillor Mundu is not here. Thank you, Speaker. Greetings once again to the Executive Mayor, the Mayoral Committee, chairpersons of committees, and the progressive councillors of the African National Congress, and lastly, to our very important residents of Johannesburg. I rise on item 56 and item 57. As the African National Congress, we note the quarterly performance report. We believe that this performance report indicates that the GLU's government commitment to financial sustainability and ultimately to deliver better services to the residents of Johannesburg. Speaker, the GLU government is steadily steering the city towards financial health, and the report provides encouraging evidence of our progress. However, it also reminds us that there is still work to be done, particularly in ensuring equitable, efficient revenue collection across all regions. Madam Speaker, the report highlights that we have achieved a revenue collection of 89.5% for the fourth quarter that was between April and June, surpassing the target of 88.4%. This is a significant improvement of 7.68% compared to the previous quarter that we were reporting on. While these achievements are commendable, the report also underscores certain areas that are requiring our attention, particularly on property rates and water. Region D, Region G remains challenging in terms of the collection, and we must intensify our efforts to address issues such as areas, compliance in these particular areas. Targeted interventions combined with greater community engagement will be key to ensuring that that no region is left behind in contributing to the city's financial sustainability. I'm also pleased to note that we are beginning to see tangible results from the billing and the collection war room, initiated by our now mayor, Councillor Dada Morero. These initiatives have introduced focused and collaborative approach to address the challenges of our revenue system. By bringing together expertise, resources to the war room, this is enabling us to identify the bottlenecks and streamline processes and drive accountability across all departments. Madam Speaker, while this report showcasing significant progress, it also calls for us to continue. It also calls for our continued vigilance and effort. We must remain steadfast in our pursuit to innovative solutions. And we must also ensure that we start exploring more and deeper ways of making sure that the city has sustainable revenue and also improves in its finances. The people of Johannesburg expect and deserve a city that is financially stable and that is capable of delivering services. In closing, Madam Speaker, let us commit to ensuring that the progress reflected in this report translates to tangible benefits of our people we serve. The GLU government can build a Johannesburg that is inclusive, prosperous, and sustainable. Siyakuba, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Siyabonga, Councillor Khatebe. MMC Arnolds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to all the councillors for your input. I think we are in agreement that there's a lot of good work that's been done, except for Councillor Santana that has thrown me halfway on the bus. But because I have short legs, it will not touch me that much. But thank you so much, councillors. Madam Speaker, I just want to say a few things. The performance assessment report of the Group Finance Department for 2023-2024. We all know that revenue built on property rates, taxes, and service charges, and we know what it is, remains a key strategic source in the budget to finance the city's service delivery mandates and contribute to financial sustainability. Councillor Peterson, Circular 88 is a KPI given to us by National Treasury for all municipalities. There's nothing that we can change on it, but if it was any of our own developed, we can look into it. However, with colleagues, we should also understand the liquidity of the city is still under threat, showing that there's a need for collections to continue to further improve in the new financial year, and also stringent expenditure management to still remain in effect. We also need to deal decisively with electricity and water losses, which are causing a serious constraint on the city's fiscus, as these accounts to billions worth of rands that could be saved. And we hope that councillors are taking their job seriously